Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I know we're still have a few folks sitting, getting their seats, but it is time to begin. Welcome to day 2 of the 2025 MACRI Symposium. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend this day with us, engaging in critical conversations that both honor our collective past and push us to imagine bold, just, and inclusive futures. Your presence here today speaks to the importance of remembering, learning, and growing together. This year's symposium focuses on contemporary civil rights issues, those pressing challenges that continue to shape our communities and test our shared commitment to justice and equality. From voting rights to healthcare equity, we know that the struggle for civil rights is not a closed chapter in our history. It's alive, it's evolving, and it's urgent. We're deeply honored to be honored by today's speakers, visionaries, advocates, scholars, and organizers who are helping lead the way forward. Their insights will challenge and inspire us as we reflect on the road behind us and envision the one ahead. Together, let's celebrate the rich diversity that strengthens our democracy. Let's uplift the voices that have long been silenced, and let's continue to believe in the transformative power of history, community, and civic courage. Thank you again for being with us today on this journey. I do just want to say, as an aside, please note that the views and ideas shared by our presenters do not necessarily reflect those of the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute, Texas Public Radio, its staff, or its funders. So with that said, we have some wonderful people here this morning to help kick things off. It is my honor to welcome a steadfast friend and advocate of the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute, Mayor Ron Nirenberg. Mayor Nirenberg's support of MACRI goes back to the very beginning, before we were even officially founded. He attended one of the earliest meetings where this vision was first shared, and he recognized the importance of creating a space dedicated to preserving and sharing the vital history of Mexican American civil rights. In 2019, he championed the seed funding that helped launch MACRI, and his continued commitment has helped sustain and grow the vision for what is now the nation's first and only institute dedicated to this essential chapter of American history, right here in San Antonio, the city that has long stood at the epicenter of that history. Please join me in welcoming Mayor Ron Nirenberg.
Good morning, and welcome to the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute 2025 Symposium, our 6th annual. It's rewarding to see MACRI continued marching forward as we celebrate and recognize and gather for this 6th annual symposium. As Sarah mentioned, I do recall attending some very early meetings about the creation of MACRI back when it was still an idea. And looking back, the establishment of MACRI will be one of the most lasting developments of the time that I've had the opportunity to serve. It's been an honor to ensure strong city support for this institute, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank my colleagues, past and present, for joining us on this journey to make this all possible. Creating an institute focused on collecting and sharing Mexican American civil rights history was undeniably important, and I believe that San Antonio was the right place for the Institute's home. The Mexican Americans' history in our community, our culture, our heritage, is the San Antonio story. It's the essential component of what makes us San Antonians. Now it's clear that MACRI is destined to become one of San Antonio's most important assets. MACRI's growth and record of creating free educational public programming to firmly establish San Antonio as home and as recognized and known as the national cradle of Mexican American civil rights history and culture has been exciting to see evolve. If you will recall, in 1968, in San Antonio at Our Lady of the Lake University were the Mexican-American Civil Rights hearings. It was that 50th anniversary recognition here in our city that I believe was part of the energy that spawned MACRI, and you can see that thread line here today. The importance of educational components, the public display of true history cannot be overstated. We all need to know and we need to understand the truth. MACRI's role has been made even more urgent by the efforts of some politicians in our country and in our state to restrict the history taught to our young people in school. And now, through a more thorough and balanced view of our history, which is being told and enshrined here in our city, we can ensure that future generations are able to thrive and live together. Here in the largest Latino majority city in the country, and let me state that again, San Antonio is not just the fastest growing city in the country, or one of them. We are the largest Latino majority city in the country, where much of the progress towards civil rights and inclusion has taken place. We will honor our trailblazers and educate current and future generations about their important contributions to our community and to our world. This will be the last MACRI Symposium that I will attend as your mayor, but my support for the Institute will continue regardless of my next steps. MACRI is a treasure. It's a San Antonio treasure, and it's a treasure to the world that will increase in stature and importance over the years. And so I want to thank you all for being here. Please enjoy the symposium.
Now, I would like to welcome Dr. Suk Kaur, Councilwoman for District 1, where we are gathered today. Dr. Kaur knows something about civil rights and blazing trails as the first South Asian to serve on the San Antonio City Council. Welcome, Councilwoman.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for being here. It's an honor to welcome you all to District 1 in the Alvarez Theater. As a previous member of the Texas Public Radio Board, this is exactly what this space was created for, to have thoughtful discussion led by amazing leaders in our community that are really trying to learn from our history so we don't recreate those same mistakes in our current. I want to thank Mayor Ron Nirenberg for his leadership, and Councilwoman Dr. Rocha Garcia and Councilwoman Cabello Haverda. These leaders have created this space and created this organization through city funding, through support, and if we're elected next week, I promise to continue your work moving forward because it is truly remarkable what you all have done over the last 6 years. 6 and 10 for mayor. I wanted to just briefly say that I got a chance to look at the folks that are on the lineup for the symposium, and it is a great lineup of people here that we can learn from and speak. Mayor said this, but this is such critical work for us to be having in thoughtful discussion. And that's important. We have to learn how to engage in conversation and really understand where other folks are coming from so that we can move together as a community. If we continue to stay separated and keep our thoughts separate, we will never get to that space. Dr. Gould mentioned very briefly voting rights, and because this is top of mind for me, I just wanted to share that the voting process is becoming so incredibly difficult. The number of seniors that have called me in the community saying they haven't received their vote by mail application, the numbers that don't know they have to actually submit an application every year now to be able to get a ballot in the mail when they've been receiving them for years. We are creating structural inequity in the voting process, which is going to change who our future leadership looks like. And so we have to battle those barriers each one step at a time, because if not, our elected officials won't look like the people that we are serving, and that is incredibly important. And I'm proud to serve on a majority female council, and I truly believe that our elected, thank you. I really do believe that our city council has been representative of our population, and I really hope that at least at the local level, we can keep that as we move forward. So thank you all. Thank you for the opportunity to welcome and enjoy the symposium. Thank you for being here today.
Those of you who live in San Antonio know that this year there are big changes coming to City Council. I reached out to the last serving members of City Council who served on council in 2019 when the city gave us seed funding that essentially launched us as an organization. And I invited them here to thank them for their support on our journey. Unfortunately, 2 were unable to attend today due to prior commitments, but we are so pleased to have Dr. Adriana Rocha Garcia of District 4 and and Melissa Cabello Haverda of District 6 with us today. These are amazing women who have been an enormous support over the last 6 years, and I want to give them each a few minutes to welcome you to today's event. So if you could help me welcome to the podium Councilwoman Rocha Garcia.
Hi, everyone. How are we feeling? Oh my gosh, this is going to be an incredible panel. By the way, I'm so jealous. I have an event in my district, so I'm not going to be able to see Maria Elena Salinas. So please tell her that I'm a fangirl of hers later. And I know Erica Prosper is moderating that, so she's so lucky, Mayor. And then, of course, Dr. Lisa Ochoa, who you'll hear from later. I've been able to work with her during my career on the City Council on making sure that there's health equity in South Texas. So looking forward to that continued discussion. I'm happy to be here. I am happy to be able to say that I formed a part of the City Council that helped fund MACRI, and a much needed MACRI. I'm also proud to say that I work at Our Lady of the Lake University. That's the cradle of Mexican American civil rights. I teach a Hispanic marketing class. I get to teach my students and tell them that Hispanic marketing essentially started here in San Antonio, that we had the first broadcasting station here in San Antonio, that we have KWEX, which is a pioneer that started here in San Antonio. We have so many great things. We could be considered essentially the Hispanic capital of marketing as well. And so many things to be able to say that we're grateful for having MACRI, for being able to continue that tradition, for teaching our future generations. And I'll let you know that today is actually my last day on council. I have 6 events today, so I'll be working till 11 p.m. So unfortunately, that's why I can't stay for a whole lot of it. I have one in my district next. But it's been the honor of my life to be able to represent the community where I was born and raised. And I will continue being an advocate for Mexican American civil rights and for the city of San Antonio. But the work isn't done. We're just getting started. And like my councilwoman colleague, Dr. Kaur, said, we have so much work ahead, but I believe in it. I believe that you all, together with your elected officials, will continue to do what's right, will continue to stand up for what is right, and will continue to express voices for people who don't have a seat at the table and people who aren't even invited to the table. So let's continue inviting them. Bring a chair. If you're not invited, make sure you're still there, right? Make sure we're still present. We're still representing those most vulnerable. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for all of the work that you do for our entire community. I'm looking forward to many, many more celebrations of MACRI, and hopefully next year I get to attend the whole symposium, right? So thank you all.
And now I would like to welcome to the podium Councilwoman Cabello Haverda.
I usually have to move the microphone down, not this time. So, good morning. It's so wonderful to be here with you all today. An energizing way to start our Saturday, surrounded by people who are deeply committed to preserving, sharing, and celebrating our stories. I am Councilwoman Melissa Cabello Haverda, and let me tell you, being part of MACRI's journey from the very beginning has been one of the greatest honors that I've felt as a member of City Council. You call it seed money, and I know that we really had to fight hard for it, but you all have grown that seed. You all have, everybody in this room, the board, of course, Dr. Gould, all of you have really worked hard to make sure that the MACRI is what it is today. And so when it was just an idea, when it was a vision, I knew that it was something that San Antonio not only needed, but deserved. Our community deserved a space that not only documents Mexican-American civil rights history, but actively uplifts it. And we have people in this room, descendants of people in this room who were part of that fight, and I'm grateful for that. And it's a space that doesn't just preserve the past, but really fuels our future. And I say that in a way because I'll tell you, if you allow me a quick story, I remember when I first got to vote. It was in 1992, so don't do the math, please. But I was so excited to vote, and I registered, and I was still in high school. I went to my grandmother's house. I went to go pick her up, and I told her, hey, let's go vote. I was so excited. And she said, no, mija, I can't vote. And I said, why can't you vote? And she said, I don't pay the poll tax. And I was like, what are you talking about? I had no idea what that was. And by the way, this was 1992. It was decades after there was a poll tax. And it shows you what the oppression, right? The voter oppression that's still happening when you talk about not getting your ballot in the mail. And I didn't know anything about that. I had a wonderful public school education here in San Antonio, but it wasn't until I was at St. Mary's that I learned what that was. It wasn't until my grandmother explained to me why she thought she wasn't allowed to vote. Happy ending to the story. The next election, she went with me to vote. Made sure that she did that. But yes, yeah. So yes, we fought hard for the funding for this and for all of the support. But I would do it again in a heartbeat, because what this is today is me. It's my story. Those literal blood, sweat, and tears that were that cost our community is the reason I am standing here today. It's the only reason, because I would not be here if not for all of that work of the people before me. So seeing the symposium come to life year after year, bigger, stronger, better, more vibrant, is proof of what happens when we invest in cultural power, when we believe in community memory, and when we stand up for truth and representation. To every scholar, artist, student, activist, and storyteller here today, thank you. Your work is changing the way people understand history, and more importantly, the way that people see themselves in it. Let's keep building, let's keep pushing, let's keep honoring those who came before us by clearing the path for those that will follow. Because this Majority Woman Council in 2019, that was really exciting. I also used to bring up the fact that this was the first time it was a majority women of color. It was people of color. And I feel like it was just 2019 that we really saw the representation and the fruition of going to single-member districts, all of that work that happened many, many years before. So we're really just now starting to see it happening, so it's exciting. Have a fantastic symposium, soak in every minute, and vamos adelante. Thank you so much. Sure. Is this mine? Okay, I'll trade with her. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. It really has been an honor working with such a great city council over the last 6 years of our existence, and we're going to miss all of you. We are a little ahead of schedule, and so the folks who are watching online are thinking that the next event is going to start at 10:30. So let's take a short break, and we'll come back live at 10:30 with our opening address with Robert Santos. And we'll be back soon, people watching online. And then for our city officials who are here, maybe we could go outside and take a quick photo? Yes. Okay, wonderful. We'll be back at 10:30. If I could ask everyone to return to their seats, we're going to get started. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. Welcome back. We're back at the 2025 MACRI Symposium. I'm Sarah Zenaida Gould, Executive Director of MACRI, and I'm so pleased to be with you here today and to have an amazing lineup of speakers for you. Starting with, we have an opening address from the Honorable Rob Santos, native of San Antonio, and you probably know him as the most recent director of the U.S. Census. He has served as the 26th director of the U.S. Census Bureau, bringing over 40 years of experience in survey research, statistics, methodology, and executive leadership to that role. Before joining the census, he was the vice president and chief methodologist at the Urban Institute and held leadership roles at top research institutions, including NORC at the University of Chicago, the University of Michigan's Institute for Social Research, and Temple University's Institute for Survey Research. He's a recognized expert in research design, program evaluation, survey methodology, and equity in research. A past president of both the American Statistical Association and the American Association for Public Opinion Research. He has received several prestigious honors, including the ASA Founders Award, AAPOR's Award for Exceptionally Distinguished Achievement, the Mexican government's Oatley Award, yes, and MALDEF's Excellence in Community Service Award. He's an elected member of the International Statistical Institute and has served on the CDC's Board of Scientific Counselors. Born and raised right here in San Antonio, Texas, he holds degrees in mathematics and statistics and has been awarded honorary degrees from North Carolina State University and San Antonio College. May I please welcome to the podium Robert Santos.
Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. How are we doing? And now for something different, right? So, first of all, I just wanted to thank Sarah and the board of directors of MACRI for this wonderful invitation. It's a real honor to be here. I am very much, it resonates with me, the mission of MACRI to chronicle and advance the Mexican-American community's civil rights efforts. And this vision of inspiring the public using our Mexican-American civil rights legacy, which it runs deep, especially in San Antonio. Now, before I start, I think people realize that on Monday, it was Memorial Day. And I don't know how many people noticed, but I am wearing a gold star. I and my sisters, Yolanda and Monica and Margaret, are part of a Gold Star family, along with my wife of 52 years. And my brother passed away. He was in 1969 in Vietnam on his second tour, just a short time before his 21st birthday. And I actually wrote a blog about this as director of the U.S. Census Bureau in 2022. You can look it up if you want, or not. But what I wanted to do is in his remembrance, since Memorial Day was just last Monday, I wanted to tell you a little cuentito about him. There was an 8-year gap between us, and so when he was like 14 or so, I was down 6, 7. And he was very mischievous. He was a prankster. And he made some magnificent pranks, but there was one in particular that really stood out that I'm going to share with you. So what he would do is, in the summer times, we were latchkey kids. They go out wherever we want. We just have to be back at 5 o'clock when our parents would come back from Kelly. But at night, he would like to run off after everybody went to bed and come back in the wee hours. But there was always the danger that, we shared a bedroom, that his little brother would mess up things by going to mom and dad because I was scared. It's like 6 or whatever. Like, where's my brother? He's gone. And so one day he came to me, and he had he actually went to a typewriter, typed this whole thing. And he said, look, I'm going to tell you something really secret. I'm a member of the Junior Secret Service. Every night, I leave around midnight, and I come back before dawn, and I'm out fighting the local crime. He was like a superhero, right? And he said, I'm a captain, but we would like to make you, Robert, a sergeant. And I was like, my eyes lit up. Yes, I want to do that, please. And so I said, where do I sign? Type of thing. And he said, fine, you're the sergeant. I imagined all these things. Oh, well, together, 2 brothers going out into the dark, fighting crime. And I said, okay, we made the agreement. We went through some ceremony where I had to be sworn in. And I said, okay, when are we going to start? When can I go out? And he said, whoa. He said, no, your job is to provide essentially support here back home. And so what you need to do is to make sure you don't make a lot of noise once I leave the house. Don't go wake up our parents. And then when I come back, everything will be fine. That's your job. And well, okay. I did that for like a week. And then I got real antsy. I was like, man, I want to go out and fight crime like you. And so he'd say, yeah, we're going to do it. A few days go by. Yeah, we're going to do it. And then I said, look, we've got to do it. And he came to me the next day and he said, well, I'm sorry to say they disbanded the group. I'm no longer a captain and you're no longer a sergeant. Okay, so he pulled that prank on me. I went along with it. I was the little brother. It was all exciting and everything. But what he did is that he instilled in me this love for adventure. And I would say a part of the reason that I'm here today was because that he got that infused in me. I wanted to take chances. I wanted to have my own adventures. And so, my wife and I go off to Michigan, having never been north of Dallas, Texas, to go to graduate school. And then we go to Philadelphia, North Philly and Temple University to see the real world, to experience that each time, not knowing whether I could really do it or not. I was just going to take a chance. So I want to pay tribute today to my brother who gave his life for our country, as well as all the other service people who gave their lives, with that little story and with the recognition that, his ultimate sacrifice actually inspired me to say yes when I got the call from the White House. It was a cell phone, and it said White House on it when they called. And I said yes, because he had served, he had given his life, and I had accepted a Section F deferment. So I didn't get, serve in the military. And I saw this as my way of giving back, although I give back to community through my research and such, but this was my way of giving back to our country. Now, that tells you a little bit about how I approached being a census director. It was accumulation of life experiences. And it taught me, and the research that I did at the Urban Institute and before that at Michigan and University of Chicago, et cetera, doing policy research and surveys and evaluations and such, I learned that everything was connected. hunger ties to unemployment, ties to homelessness or housing instability, ties to health issues, chronic conditions, not having health insurance. They all affect each other and tie together with each other. And when it comes to civil rights, the same thing holds true. Civil rights, it's a concept, right? We have our inherent rights, but you don't see whether you are able to realize that concept until you have an interaction between yourself and some other entity. Maybe it's, when I was a teenager, I got spat on because in downtown because I was a Mexican American by somebody. That was an interaction, and it showed me that I did not have the same rights as the person who felt privileged enough to do that. So it also applies to institutions, healthcare institutions, the state legislature, the governor, those types of things. They pass laws that end up impacting that interaction, impacting the net result. So think about that, because I'm going to tell a couple of cuentitos, and I'm going to tie those concepts together using what I brought to the Census Bureau, which was being my whole self, all of me, which meant my culture, my values, my life experiences, combined with my technical training. And I found that when you put all of those together, you develop a perspective and insights that no one else has, because they're based on your values and your culture and your life experiences. I teach that everywhere I go. I talk to the college students, everything. So what I'd like to do is, people think about, data, the Census Bureau. It helps enable, an assessment of civil rights. Heck, at Urban Institute, for about 15 years, I was involved in designing and executing housing discrimination studies for HUD, where we'd go out and do a random sample of rental and sales ads and then send out equally qualified financially, say a white prospect, somebody who wants the housing, or a Latino or an African American or a person with disabilities or a transgender person or whatever, different studies. And what would we measure? The interaction between that individual seeking housing and the landlord or the management company, et cetera. And it was based on that we could then deduce with data whether or not inequitable treatment was occurring. So data has a real important role, vital role in civil rights, not to mention, the Constitution and the mandate that the Census Bureau had and has for conducting decennial censuses for the purpose of apportionment. And then those data are given to whom? State legislators. Why? They're going to build their congressional districts and state legislative districts in any way they want. But it's all part of the same thing. Like I said, everything's connected. So I brought my Latino-ness to the Census Bureau. I was going to provide them something they'd never seen before, a perspective. And it came about as a result of a lifetime of career experiences, dealing with research and what it really means and such. So I'm going to tell you a couple little stories and then show you how that went into an actual census study and how I tried to motivate the Census Bureau staff to think differently. The first cuentito is about when I was with on a study section. We determined, it was a group of scientists who evaluate grant applications for AHRQ, Agency for Health Research Quality, which is now defunct. It was recently disbanded. And I happened to be on that panel of, national experts. They were all like these MD and PhD researchers, and I was the sole Mexicano, a person of color, with a master's degree in statistics, but I knew my stuff. And, we would evaluate grant applications, and there was this spectacular grant application that had to do with how to deal with the lack of health insurance. This was before the Affordable Care Act. And, the financial, I keep saying financial, the health industry, like, hospitals and clinics, they all make money, right? They were taking a financial hit because people, they didn't have health insurance, they get so sick, they'd wait until they got so sick that they presented to an ER. They were obliged, the institution's obliged to provide care, and they take a financial hit because no one can pay. So this researcher said, aha, I have a solution. I'm gonna establish a program that is an alternative care for people without health insurance, and we're gonna prove it by doing a clinical trial, like the most brilliant statistical methodology that's available to test whether or not something happens. We're gonna take people coming into these clinics and ERs, and if you have health insurance, you go to the regular care. But if you don't, then we're gonna take half of those people and give them regular care, let the financial or the healthcare institution take a hit. And the other half, we're gonna give this alternative therapy that doesn't quite require, the meds and all this and that. And brilliant design, excellent, background research and literature review, great conceptual framework and logic model. Sample size was great. They like to go to me and say, is the sample size big enough? I might say, yeah, for their statistical analysis. And everything about it was sparkling. And everybody loved it there. And they were about to vote to say, it was clear that it was going to get passed. I, as the statistician without any substantive training in healthcare research, but I was a Latino, and I brought my values, my culture, my life experiences. I saw something that no one else saw. So I was shy. I learned to deal with my shyness. But I was shy, so I kind of like, excuse me. And it was amazing. They all turned and they said, okay, what? And I said, look, if we pass this and accept this application in the way that it's written, we have to acknowledge we will be contributing to a two-tier health system. If you have health insurance, step over to door number 1. We're going to give you the best docs, the best meds, the best therapies, etc. You don't have health insurance? Step you over to door number 2, and we're going to give you an alternative therapy that doesn't cost as much, and it involves transcendental meditation to help you deal with your pain. I saw that, and I thought to myself, I do not want my abuelita or any others being sent to some, sit down and back then it would have been only in English, trying to train them how to do transcendental meditation for pain. No, I said, no, if this is a good therapy, it should be open up to everyone, regardless of whether you have health insurance or not. And that way it becomes a choice as to whether you want to, how much can you afford and stuff like that. But I didn't want to be a part of a process where we were enabling a two-tier health system. That's how good research goes bad. They were asking the wrong research question. They agreed. I couldn't believe it. And that was the beginning of my realization that I had a perspective because of bringing my whole self to the table that all of us should do. We should always do that with whatever we do. And if we combine it with whatever expertise we have, it makes us better at that. And it makes us better human beings even. You end up getting better science, better methods, better data, better quality, and better solutions. So a little corollary to that is another cuentito. Like, that was in like 1996 or 7. About a year later, from NIH, it's part of NIH, they would send out these newsletters on grants, like, here's an update on what's going on here and there. And I was, back in the days, it was paper. I was reading it. It wasn't cell phone. They didn't have them there. So I was reading it, and I came across this study. It was a study on using Spanish language in health clinics. And the study found, it was a comparative study, it wasn't a clinical trial, but they went to different clinics and they said, look at what we found. When we have Spanish-speaking clients coming to clinics, if the clinic has someone who there, it doesn't matter whether it's the doc or the nurse or even the administrator that speaks a little bit of Spanish, then their health outcomes are better than if you don't. Then if you go to a clinic where nobody speaks Spanish. So I just burst out laughing, right? And this was an NIH grant. I burst out laughing. I said, come on. Do we really need to do a study that says, people who understand, instructions are more effective? But then it hit me. Bam, epiphany. It hit me. It was, and I almost fell out of my chair. This was the first time I had ever seen an NIH grant that showed that the institution needed to acculturate to the population. That was amazing. It was profound, absolutely profound. Usually, remember I said, civil rights is the result of an interaction? Well, the same thing applies to healthcare and to, all the, financial issues. You get in a loan, etc. Usually, what happens is that people, decision makers, for lack of a better term, the privileged, say, oh, there they are. They're not as well off. There's an issue, either health or whatever. They need help, so we're going to give them something that they can deal with without necessarily realizing that their outcomes, that the they, us, our outcomes are necessarily the outcome of an interaction with the institutions, with policies, with legal stuff. And so we need to flip that paradigm and say, how do institutions better serve their communities? Simple enough, right? But people often, in fact, to this day, even at places that I've worked with, all too often you immediately get the paradigm of, oh, here's somebody with housing instability. What can we do for them to help them do their thing? Rather than how do we enable a society to create institutions that help, as a natural course of just being themselves, help people and allow them on their own to come out of the situation that they're in. That's a much more holistic approach, and I think it's at the core of civil rights, and it's at the core of good data. So the way this translates into the Census Bureau test, and I got to make sure that I'm not taking too much time here, guys. So I go to the Census Bureau, right, and I say, I talk to the folks. Once again, 2020 census, there was undercounts of Latinos, African Americans, people on tribal lands, and such. And I said, look, if we don't do something about this explicitly and use that to hone in on improving the counts for these undercounted populations, we need to accept that we are contributing to that situation. We've got to do something about it, and we can't just say, oh, we're just trying to improve all of our methods with a better envelope or a better this. No, we 70% of the population easily we can get them. So who's left? The people that are harder to get to participate. Those are the folks we need to focus on. And I said, you know, it's not always the case that data tells you what the solution is. I said, take the 2018 census test. Anybody know about that? So remember the citizenship question and the big Supreme Court case back in 2016, 2017? Well, there was a period of about 2 years or so, maybe 18 months, where the previous Trump administration was trying to infuse or put into the decennial census form a citizenship question. And there was a huge ruckus. You had, media going crazy and this and that. And there were even some pastors, going around saying, don't participate in the census because it's going to be used against undocumented immigrant families, things of that sort. And so in 2018, after all that had occurred, the census launched this humongous, hundreds of thousands of households test where they sent half the people randomly, half the households, a form with the citizenship question on it, the regular census form with the citizenship included, and half without it. They compiled the results. What do you think the results said? You might be surprised. No difference. No difference. No statistical difference. So I said, here's an example. Good science, best design, best statistics, implemented properly. And here's the result. No statistical difference. We're missing the potential for more insight. And they were like, what are you talking about? I said, think about it. I said, you take a year and a half of this oppressive, threatening environment and it's affecting people who historically don't participate in censuses and surveys. And then in 2018, after all that happens, you launch a test. Well, a big chunk of those people that felt threatened, what are they going to do? They're not going to I'm not even going to touch this thing. And they're spread randomly throughout the people that got half and half. Who's left? Only the people where it doesn't matter. So they're the ones that responded. And so I said, of course there's no statistical difference. That's not the issue. That's not who we need to be talking to. We need to be talking to the people that didn't participate at all. That's going to tell you what's going on. And fortunately, actually they did some research because they, a couple of my colleagues at Census Bureau said, okay, we can deal with that. We have administrative records on the households that didn't participate. And they came up with a research paper released about a year ago that reinforces my interpretation of what actually happened. So that's the way that you can bring your whole self and use everything. Use your culture, values, life experiences. And that kind of brings us to Texas. So, Mexican Americans in Texas, we have our legacy, our civil rights legacy. We're 12 million strong in a state with 30 million population. We make up 40% of the state, which is larger, slightly larger than the white non-Hispanic proportion of the population in the state. Over 1 in 3 Texans speak a language other than English at home. 18%, just over 1 in 6 of Texans are foreign born. Think about that. So what does it mean? It means that the diversity train has left the station. We have this beautiful mixture of cultures and languages and ages. It's our biggest asset as a country and as a state. We need to embrace that. And we need to make sure that the powers that be understand that they have no choice but to acculturate to us. It's unstoppable and it's inevitable. We are only going to grow in population proportion size. That's where MACRI comes in. And it's really important to document this, to see the trajectory of our population and our people and how we are dealing with this. And to understand the civil rights struggles that occur every day, even today. We not only need objective data to do this, but we also need culturally relevant data. So I was going to talk about a little bit about that, but I want to stop because I know I'm over time, and my apologies, Sarah. You know, I'll end with I guess a couple of comments. The first is that, you know, I knew Willie Velasquez, and I know Andy Hernandez is here, and I know that Southwest Voter Registration Education Project is here. I had the honor of working with them back in the late 70s and through the mid-80s, doing Latino exit polls. I was at Michigan, a graduate student in statistics, and I did that. It was a real honor to do that, and I feel like, in a little way, I was part of that legacy, but you know, Willie is greater than life. Yeah, Willie was just amazing. You know, he said, "Su voto es su voz." We need to keep that in mind, and we need to shout that as we grow in proportion in the state of Texas. And then I'm reminded of Dolores Huerta, who I got to meet in New York City, of all places, a year ago or so. And she's just amazing. And her motto was, "Si se puede." And I think that should be our motto as well, that we need to come together, support MACRI, and realize that our legacy in civil rights as a Mexican-American community is also part of our strength and part of our culture that we want to use to leverage ourselves and inspire us to be better citizens, to create a better community in San Antonio and all of Texas and the rest of the U.S. So with that, I'll leave you and I'll say, necesitamos nuestros datos. We need our data, guys. So thank you very much, and I'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much to Robert Santos, a fellow Wolverine. Any other Wolverines here? Oh, got some. We are ready to start the next program. So we have today a fireside chat with Vilma Martinez and Thomas Saenz, both of MALDEF, and our moderator is going to be Selena Moreno, a former Maldefian. And so I'm going to introduce Selena, and then she will introduce Vilma and Tom to you. We're so pleased to have this group of really esteemed legal experts. And Selena is somebody who we've been so fortunate to have speak at a couple of MACRI events. I know MACRI will often say this, but it's just so true. We're so fortunate in San Antonio to have this amazing group of civil rights leaders, whether they're currently here in San Antonio or whether they were raised here, born here, passed through here. But this really has been, as we often say, the cradle of Mexican-American civil rights right here in San Antonio. So Selena is part of that story, that history. She's currently the president and CEO of IDRA, a national nonprofit dedicated to equity and excellence in education. She previously directed policy and litigation for the Southwest Regional Office of MALDEF, the nation's leading Latino legal civil rights organization. She chaired the Texas Latino Education Coalition and the Joint Education Task Force Caucus, of the Texas Senate Hispanic Caucus and the Mexican American Legislative Caucus. She also served as co-chair of the statewide Trust Coalition, a group of businesses, faith, and civil rights and law enforcement leaders focused on immigrant rights, and the Texas Election Reform Coalition, a statewide voting rights coalition. Before joining MALDEF, she directed Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid's program School to Prison Pipeline Project. She's a 2018 German Marshall Fellow, and she's also the recipient of the Center for Public Policy Priorities 2017 Future of Texas Award, which is given to a visionary young leader who has made a demonstrable and valuable impact on Texas's, on Texas. It is a great pleasure to reintroduce her, because I know you've met her before at previous MACRI events, but if we could have Selena come up here and be joined by Vilma Martinez and Thomas Saenz, we will get started.
Good morning, buenos dias. Can everybody hear me? Is the mic on? All right. Hi. Welcome to this conversation about the 50th anniversary of the 1975 expansion of the federal VRA, or the Voting Rights Act, and its legacy today. Thank you so much, Sarah, and to the MACRI staff and board for hosting this conversation today. As Sarah mentioned, my name is Selena Moreno. I'm the president and CEO of IDRA. And IDRA was founded here in San Antonio in 1973, along with many other national Latino civil rights organizations like Southwest Voter Registration and Education Project, like Avance, and like MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense and Educational Fund. We have two amazing and heroic Maldefians here today with us, and it is my distinct honor to moderate this conversation today with Tom Saenz and the Honorable Vilma Martinez. You can read their full bios in the program and on the MACRI event website, but I just want to share a few highlights, and of course, we'll get to hear in their own words some of the reflections on their incredible careers. So first, the Honorable Vilma Martinez. Vilma is a trailblazer, one of my sheroes, and she is the second president and general counsel of MALDEF. She was the first woman to be the president and general counsel of MALDEF. She was also appointed by President Barack Obama as a U.S. ambassador to Argentina, and served in that role from 2009 to 2013. She's also the first woman to hold that post. MALDEF is, as Sarah mentioned, the nation's leading legal Latino voice for civil rights, and it was also a driving force for the expansion of the VRA in 1975. MALDEF has litigated so many impactful voting rights cases to protect the voice of our community, and we're going to hear about some of those today. Also with us is Tom Saenz, who is the current president and general counsel of MALDEF. Tom was also the lead attorney for MALDEF in its successful lawsuit to stop the implementation of the anti-immigrant and anti-Latino Proposition 187 in California, which I think for so many of us, we see that case as changing, having monumental shifts in what the voting and Latino political power looked like in that state. That's just one of many cases that Tom has led. During my time as a MALDEF attorney, I got to actually be in the U.S. Supreme Court while Tom was giving oral argument in defense of Maldef's clients who were immigrant parents related to the DACA, the expanded DACA and the DAPA program. And we like to say at Maldef, once a Maldefian, always a Maldefian, and I certainly still see Tom as my president and general counsel and as a fearless leader for the Latino community. And we're just so extremely privileged to have them here with us today. So please help me give Tom and Vilma a very warm welcome. So before we dive in, I just want to do level setting with some very quick facts. Latinos have been the largest minority group in the US for over 2 decades. We represent over half of the population growth since the last 2 census counts. And in the 2024 election, 1 in 5 Latinos voted for the first time. In some places, we're seeing some amazing momentum to reduce barriers to voting, like online voting registration, like same-day voter registration, like registration and voting by mail. But in other places, including here in Texas, we continue to see lawmakers and others continue to try to dim that Latino voting power by disinterest in investing in Latino voter outreach, by disinformation, and by, as Tom has framed it, the dilution, the denial, and the deterrence of the Latino vote. The 5 Ds, if you will. And that is attempted through a range of policies and actions that I'll ask Tom to break down for us. But anything from voter intimidation to voter ID laws, and to largely fabricated claims of voter fraud, gerrymandering. So we'll hear about many of those things today. And roughly 13 million eligible Latino voters remain unregistered, which is a problem, but also an opportunity, because once registered, we actually tend to vote at relatively high rates. So just wanted to do a little bit of level setting. Vilma, there are a lot of negative stereotypes about how Latinos don't vote, but that I think really can overshadow sometimes just how hard the struggle was to make sure that Latinos get to fully participate in our democracy. And so I'm really glad that you are here to share your story, to share the important story of the Latino civil rights. And this year we're commemorating the 60th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, which led, of course, to the VRA. We know that that brought Black voters, Latinos, and others critical protections, but not many people know about the significant barriers that remained for Latinos after the VRA's passage, and particularly Spanish-speaking voters in the Southwest United States. You led Maldef when it successfully convinced Congress to expand the Voting Rights Act. And can you just take us to that moment, the context, and what happened?
If I know how to turn this on. Or is it on? Is it on? Oh, it's on. Great. Well, we're talking about the 1965 Voting Rights Act, and more specifically, the extension and expansion that occurred in 1975. The 1965 Voting Rights Act was called the most successful piece of civil rights legislation ever passed, registering over 1 million Black voters, and it resulted in the election of over 1,000 Black elected officials in the South. That was 65. But it had a sunset clause, so it was going to disappear in 1975 unless it was extended. So Maldef gets involved in the 1975 extension to try to expand it to include Mexican Americans. So that's what we're talking about here today, that 50th anniversary. And it was interesting because I didn't have the education and the good sense to know that we had a voting rights problem. And when Al Perez from the DC office said we needed to get involved, I said, don't we have a lot of other issues to deal with? He didn't say anything to me, but he sent me a huge packet of information from the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. Sound familiar? Documenting abuses of Mexican Americans who tried to register to vote. They would try to register to vote. All of a sudden, their forms weren't available. And on Spanish language television on election day, there would be public service announcements saying, do not vote unless you're duly authorized and qualified to vote, lest you subject yourself to fine and possible imprisonment. So that was the reality that many people were facing. And so starting in 74, we began to gather the facts with Southwest Voter Project, young attorneys, Tom Reston in Washington, D.C., and the MALDIF attorneys who were working here at the time, gathered all the information. It was an interesting experience for me personally, because it was the first time I personally was engaged in that sort of Washington, D.C. effort. And, you go in there with your set of facts, but then you confront the reality that's in Washington, D.C. So I expected to get the support of the NAACP. I expected to get the support of the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights. Unfortunately, Clarence Mitchell, who was head of the D.C. office of the NAACP, opposed supporting what were called the Chicano amendments because his concern, and it's a valid concern, was that it would prejudice the constitutionality of the act, invite another challenge to the constitutionality to go all the way to the Supreme Court, and then it would all be lost for everybody. So I argued in front of them that, as a lawyer trained at the Legal Defense Fund, that if there was this challenge, there is a separability clause and we could be severed out. But anyway, fortunately, although he prevailed at the Leadership Conference on Civil Rights and they did not support us, the people who did support us were the Japanese American Citizens League and Joe Rao, a very well-connected labor lawyer, and the Congressional Black Caucus. They did support us. Mr. Civil Rights, Don Edwards from San Jose, was reluctant to support us, but fortunately the American GI Forum paid him a visit to explain how important it would be for him to support this amendment to the Voting Rights Act. So that's pretty much how it passed.
Thank you. Thank you for grounding the conversation today and just, the incredible legacy. We owe so much to your work and to the work of
before I forget, I heard this impressive city councilwoman this morning. We heard the story even now, her grandmother who didn't want to vote even though she could because she thought there were still poll taxes.
So we owe a lot to Vilma and, her allies at the time. And I think the generation of civil rights leaders and lawyers, we build on that. And Tom, you are leading the charge now. Tell us what we need to know about what is happening around current legislative efforts around the VRA.
Well, first, I think that we need to recognize how significant the achievement in 1975 was, because we need to recognize that the 1965 Act did not apply to Latinos. And that is because the 65 Act prohibits voting discrimination on the basis of race. And in 1965, no legal entity in the country considered Latinos to be a race. So simply by limiting the prohibition to race, it excluded the entire Latino community. Now, there was a small provision designed for Puerto Ricans who were educated in Spanish language schools on the island or elsewhere and protected their voting rights in 1965. But other than that, the law did not apply to Latinos. So early cases on voting rights did not use the VRA for our community. They had to rely on the Constitution and the Constitution alone until the expansion in 1975. And people sometimes bring their current vision where, by and large, Latinos are treated as a race, that we have controversies now on the census and otherwise about how to formally categorize the Latino community. But back then, there was no debate. If it was a prohibition of discrimination on the basis of race, it simply didn't apply to discrimination that was being experienced in the Latino community. And that's why the 75 reauthorization and its expansion was so critical. It really made the Voting Rights Act available to us. Now, Vilma has been my professional mentor since I was in law school, so I have heard stories about the Voting Rights Act of 1975 going back a number of years, see the gray hair, and of what it took to overcome the initial opposition, and in some cases the ongoing opposition, of allies, or folks who should have been allies, from the civil rights community, progressive voices within Congress. So it's somewhat ironic that we have faced something similar in recent years. And that's because MALDEF is at the forefront of the changes that we have attempted now as a civil rights community to put in place for over a decade. So the current effort to expand, if you will, to revise and reauthorize the Voting Rights Act, which hasn't been reauthorized by Congress since 2006, focuses on a piece of legislation now called the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And it was created initially over a decade ago in response to a Supreme Court decision in 2013 called Shelby County versus Holder. And that is a case in which a 5-4 majority of the Supreme Court basically disabled the most important, most effective provision in the Voting Rights Act, and that's Section 5, that required over decades that certain jurisdictions, including the entire state of Texas, pre-clear any voting-related changes before they could implement them. Now, that meant that every redistricting map from the state of Texas had to go through pre-clearance. That meant even an attempt in Bexar County to move a precinct had to go through pre-clearance. And it enabled the Department of Justice, or increasingly because the state of Texas took advantage of the option of going to federal court in Washington, D.C., but it permitted either DOJ or the Washington, D.C. federal court to say no to a number of changes over decades that were contemplated in Texas and other places subject to preclearance. What the Supreme Court did in the Shelby County decision was to strike down the coverage formula for determining which jurisdictions were subject to preclearance. And by doing so, it basically meant nobody was subject to preclearance unless you could obtain a federal court order after a finding of intentional discrimination in voting to order a jurisdiction to be subject to preclearance. Now, that's not easy. I am proud that MALDEF's San Antonio office obtained the first contested preclearance court order after Shelby County against Pasadena, Texas, which had attempted to shift from 8 city council districts to 6 districted seats and 2 at-large. The whole purpose of that was to preserve Anglo control of a rapidly changing city that was on the cusp of electing a majority Latino city council. But when you shift 2 of the seats to at-large, you both make the 6 remaining districts bigger, harder to win in, and you also ensure that Anglos will determine who gets elected to those 2 at-large seats. But other than a court order, we were left with nothing, and still are, in terms of preclearance. So the effort to reenact a coverage formula is what's behind the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Initially, the discussion among civil rights groups was about coming up with another formula like the one that had been struck down while attending to the articulated concerns of the Supreme Court majority. So a geographic formula that would again identify specific jurisdictions. In this case, it would be based on a history, a recent history, because the Supreme Court Chief Justice had been explicit that there needed to be recent evidence subjecting these poor states and other jurisdictions to the indignity of having to seek preclearance, whereas their colleagues don't have to seek preclearance. You had the picture of the poor state of Texas going into the cocktail party of all states and feeling ashamed because it was subject to preclearance while other states didn't have to do that. And so they were looking at a formula, and it is now included in the John Lewis Act, that would, again, subject jurisdictions with a recent history of voting discrimination determined by courts to preclearance. And that preclearance would apply to anything voting related that those jurisdictions attempt to do, as the previous formula applied as well. But MALDEF came forward with a supplemental coverage formula. And this has now come to be known as known practices coverage. And we avoid, through known practices coverage, any of that shame and indignity for the states, because known practices coverage would apply to everyone nationwide. But it would not apply to all voting-related changes. It would apply only to certain known practices with a history of being used to suppress minority votes. So things like what Pasadena, Texas did. If any jurisdiction wants to revert to at-large or even partially revert to at-large elections, that would be a practice subject to preclearance. Or in some cases, if you annex or de-annex portions of the population traditionally used to ensure that whites are still in control, that would be subject to preclearance. And preclearance, in this context as in the other, is a review to make sure there's no intentional discrimination behind it and that there's no going backward or retrogressive effect of the change. Known practices also include circumstances that on their face may be innocent, but historically have resulted in decisions that suppress minority votes. So if you are redistricting in a jurisdiction where the last decade saw a significant growth in a minority population, your redistricting would be subject to preclearance. And I derived known practices coverage and we put it forward with specifically the Latino community in mind. Because the problem with the historical formula is that when you're a new population, new to a particular jurisdiction, just reaching critical mass where the powers that be are going to want to suppress your vote, you haven't had the time to acquire the history of adjudicated voting discrimination to subject your jurisdiction to preclearance. So a growing and expanding community like ours, which as we all know is no longer confined just to the Southwest, Chicago, New York, and South Florida. We're everywhere. So we needed a formula that would answer the concerns of a population that was growing without the long history behind it yet of historical voting discrimination. So it was designed particularly for Latinos and now Asian Americans, also growing without the time in particular jurisdictions to acquire the history. So while it was known as known practices coverage and applicable everywhere, the civil rights folks that were discussing the Lewis Act understood that it was designed and put forward by MALDEF, now with the support of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, for these two growing communities. Not going to be as helpful to stable communities that aren't growing as quickly, like the Black community. So when we put this forward, we experienced much of what I had heard from Vilma about 1975, which is within the civil rights circle that was talking about it, there was immediate opposition from a number of groups with the same assertion. Oh, that's unconstitutional. That's even more unconstitutional than what the court struck down in Shelby County versus Holder. There's no such thing as more unconstitutional versus less, but you understand. And I even got yelled at by one Congress member who was a lawyer, a progressive Congress member, who yelled at me that he was a lawyer and he knew that this was unconstitutional. And I explained to him, well, it doesn't have the differential sovereignty concerns, that dignity of the states that are subjected to preclearance versus others, because it applies to everybody. I explained to him it's very much like a permitting scheme. If anybody wants to go do something that's going to have a significant environmental effect on a river, they have to get permission. It's like that. It applies to everybody. You want to do something that has a history of discriminating, you have to get permission. Well, a funny thing happened as more than a decade went by with this law not enacted, and that is the geographic formula, the one that's based on the history of adjudicated discrimination, has become harder and harder to put together with any effect, because there just haven't been the number of court decisions finding intentional voting discrimination that there had been in the past. So that geographic formula now has a shrinking application. And the number of jurisdictions that it would cover has become smaller and smaller, with the consequence that known practices coverage is now the predominant approach in the John Lewis Act to reviving preclearance in Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. But we still have a long way to go to overcome that opposition that again says, oh, but this is going to bring us back to court and they're going to find this unconstitutional and we're going to be worse off than we were before. But lurking behind that, as I think occurred in 75, was a concern about expansion to include the Latino community in a greater way that wasn't necessarily welcome in circles that see civil rights as controversial, and therefore you limit the effect of civil rights laws and you make it less controversial, less likely to attract the opposition of others. So I think 50 years later, MALDEF is in the lead on voting rights reforms designed to modernize the Voting Rights Act, to recognize that we have this huge growth of minority communities in jurisdictions where they were not of significant size even 25 years ago, even 15 years ago. And there is a need to modernize the Voting Rights Act to address that consequence. As I explain this over years to folks, I say if you want to stop the vote killers, you got to go after both the serial vote killers, that's the states like Texas with a long history of killing votes, but you also got to stop the copycat vote killers. And that's the folks that known practices coverage would get, because they're adopting the practices that have long been used by Texas and others to their new jurisdiction because they perceive the new threat that is us.
So this is why we have to know our history. So many parallels, right, between 1975 and today. Thank you for your advocacy. I want to get back to something that I think is very related, but I want to fast forward to 2024. So there's a lot of disillusionment, a lot of blame going around toward the Latino community for, one, an increased share of support for President Trump, two, being willing in Texas, for example, to vote for a black man for U.S. Senate, but not a black woman for president. And three, the millions of Latino and black voters that stayed home for Vice President Harris in 2024, but who had voted for President Biden in 2020. So how do you respond to some of those criticisms, and what are your takeaways from the 2024 election?
As you know, I really liked that question because here's how I think about it. I'm just not into disillusionment or blame, unless I'm, off the record, maybe talking to Tom over a martini. So what it made me think about, Selena, is this. Look, the reality today is that our country is struggling with a very interesting set of facts, and I always look at the facts first. And there's so many forces at work here. We've heard from our keynote speaker this morning about the changed demographics. We know about the women's movement, the gay liberation movement, immigration, affirmative action, DEI. Not to mention the outsized role of money in politics and the years of Republican strategic efforts in local elections. And just look at Project 2025. That didn't come out of the blue in a year. So my thinking is that, and I thought, what do we do if we're not going to get disillusioned? Well, I think we need to have a plan. it's our turn to frame the issues. Don't have them back us into, boys and girls sports. That's just really not the issue. We have to frame the issue. Secondly, we really have to learn to work together. I get fundraising requests from Vote Vets, Emily's List, Southwest Voter Project, MALDEF, the list goes on and on. Somehow all of these important groups need to learn to pool resources and work together. And find groups such as the League of Women Voters, the nonpartisan groups, to work with us on these issues. We need to insist that the Democratic Party finally recognize the importance of on-the-ground funding efforts in voter registration and voter getting out the vote. But hardest of all, I think, is going to be to figure out how do we use the demographic and cultural shifts in our country to breathe life into our democratic institutions and guiding principles. I mean, as a lawyer, to me, it was equality before the law. I expected dignity for me and everybody who looks like me and people who are considered the other, because that is how I was perceived in Texas, and I didn't like it. Because I'm just one of many, as we all are, and so that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Thank you. I wonder if you could talk a little bit, and break down what we are still facing, right, in the 2024 election, but just since the VRA in terms of trends that Latino voters face.
So I think we still have a major turnout problem. We still, through census data, know that Latinos have the biggest gap between eligible participants and actual participants in voting. And there is insufficient investment to shrink that gap. We face that problem because there are a bunch of reform efforts that seek to use alternative election systems as somehow the solution to getting more progressives elected. And these are often progressive, frankly, white-led organizations that are seeking alternative election structures such as multiple member districts where you would have 4 or 5 Congress members elected from a super huge district, or similar reforms. And MALDEF ends up being the naysayer in the room in these circumstances, because our view is we will not support such efforts unless and until there's sufficient investment to shrink the turnout gap. Because if you don't shrink the turnout gap, then those alternative election systems don't help us at all. In fact, we do worse off in those circumstances. So we have to address the turnout problem. And I would emphasize that it's not just a matter of underinvestment. It is certainly that in the Latino community. It's frankly a matter of the wrong investments as well, which is the Democratic Party and those wealthy individuals who fund in ways tied to the Democratic Party have chosen to fund organizations that they have long funded to reach the Latino community as well. So they will fund unions, they will fund Black civil rights organizations, and simply ask them to use the extra money they give them to target the Latino community. That's a wrong investment, because they're doing that instead of investing in the groups like Southwest Voter that have the long history with the Latino community and therefore the ability to more efficiently and effectively use the invested dollars to increase the turnout. So we have to fix not just the underinvestment, but the wrong investment by the party. We have still a problem of being compared to the Black community and found wanting, which I've never understood. It is because the Black community votes consistently 80+% for the Democratic Party. So they are viewed as a priority, significant voting bloc. But as Selena mentioned, not only did we become the largest minority group, surpassing Blacks over 20 years ago, we have more recently surpassed blacks in voting. So Latinos are now the second largest after white voters voting bloc in the country. Now, one would think that would be enough. But we're found wanting because Latinos only vote 60+% for Democrats consistently. Now, I tell folks, last time I checked, 60% is a landslide in any election you can imagine. But somehow we're lacking because we're not at the 80% when we are compared to the black community. And I think that has resulted in neglect by the Democratic Party of the Latino community. I think part of what happened in 2024, and frankly more than any appeal of Donald Trump, is disillusionment with Joe Biden. And Kamala Harris was associated with Joe Biden because the Biden administration, frankly, was, in my estimation, the worst Democratic administration for the Latino community in my memory. And that's saying a lot. But I'll give you just one example of great concern to MALDEF. In the end, the Biden administration appointed a number of federal life tenure judges. It appointed black judges at a rate that is 2 to 3 times parity with their population proportion. It appointed Asian American justices at a rate that is 3 to 4 times population parity. Latinos are the only racial minority group that was appointed at a rate that is below population parity in the end. Close, but below population parity. So Biden administration appointed judges for other minority groups at multiple times their population percentage. It couldn't even get to equaling the population percentage of Latinos in its judicial appointments. Now, folks will say, well, voters don't pay much attention to judicial appointments. But that is an illustration of the sense that voters in the Latino community had about how much Joe Biden cared about them, cared about their issues, cared about their concerns. Because we could all cite our own examples like that. So the problem is largely with the attention of the folks who should be exploiting our votes. By my calculation, and maybe I have this wrong, we have an expert statistician who can make sure I'm right, but my calculation, if you increase the turnout in a group that turns out for you at 60%, that's pretty good. That's a group whose turnout you should be prioritizing, because you can't do much better than 60% in favor of you and 40% for your opponent. So I certainly recognize that a large part of our problem in civil rights relates to the folks on the other side. But it's often our friends, as with the 75 Voting Rights Act and the current experience and these issues of Latino turnout, it's often our friends that are not so friendly or so helpful as we need them to be.
Thank you for sharing that important perspective. And so a lack of investment, a disinterest in investment, I think you've also framed the dilution, denial, deterrence of our vote as key parts of people on the other side, right? Can you talk a little bit about what that still looks like and what the legal landscape is, in addition to the Shelby County case that you mentioned?
Well, it is a situation where we are creating differential voting systems state by state, because there are some states, like my home state of California, that have done everything they can to expand participation. Same-day voting registration, as you mentioned, Selena, and online voting registration, and being able to vote remotely regardless of circumstances. And then there are states, unfortunately, Texas is in the lead on this side, that are taking every opportunity to advance legislation that would restrict the opportunity to participate by reducing the opportunity to vote remotely, even when that would enable lots of working class folks, lots of folks with family obligations that are very demanding to participate when they can't get to the polls on the one election day. At the same time, we see, as you know, a proliferation of restrictions on those who seek to assist people in registering, people in casting a ballot. We see criminalization attempts on those who are helping to facilitate participation. And they give it bad names like vote harvesting. Not sure why that's a bad name. Every other kind of harvest that I can think of is something you celebrate. But vote harvesting is now a bad thing, and you're going to be at risk of a raid of your home and being prosecuted if you engage in vote harvesting. But we also have to recognize that what they are doing extends well beyond what we traditionally would call voter suppression efforts. We know that we are facing with the census attempts to disenfranchise the Latino community, not just to have the community undercounted. As we heard, Latinos were severely undercounted in the last census, and a lot of it had to do with what Director Santos talked about, the reputation that unfortunately got stuck to the Bureau because of all of the media attention around the citizenship question. But it gets worse. So last decade, in 2018, the state of Alabama filed a lawsuit arguing that undocumented immigrants should be discounted entirely from the population counts used to reapportion the House of Representatives. As Director Santos indicated, that's why we have a census. That's the one reason why we have a census in the Constitution, is to reapportion the House of Representatives. But Alabama argued, and they're not the first or the last, that undocumented immigrants should be discounted. So here we are earlier in the decade, and the state of Louisiana has already filed the same lawsuit. They filed it earlier because they recognized and learned, apparently, from the Alabama experience that they don't have the data. The Bureau doesn't have the data. The federal government doesn't have the data to discount the undocumented population. I think in the end, we understood the only thing that could be reliably counted was undocumented folks who are being detained. But apart from that, you could not get, under current administrative records, an accurate or anywhere close to accurate number of folks to then be discounted in the reapportionment count. So implicitly, Louisiana is not just aiming to get a ruling that says you don't count the undocumented in reapportioning the House of Representatives. They want to put not just a citizenship question on the 2030 census, but a status question on the 2030 census. Because a citizenship question doesn't go far enough to identify the undocumented. They need a status question so they can determine who is undocumented in each household and discount them from the apportionment count. So this is a bigger fight than we faced last decade when, as you heard earlier, the Trump administration attempted late to put a citizenship question on the 2020 census. They're starting earlier, and they want more than a citizenship question. In addition, they're going to do what they did last decade, try to create, through that citizenship question, a database down to the block level that would permit any state or other jurisdiction to equalize districts. We're now talking about redistricting, not reapportionment of the House seats, but when you're actually drawing the maps, they want them to be able to equalize voters, not total population, district by district. Now, the whole purpose of that is to reduce Latino representation, because it not only discounts non-citizens when you're making the districts equal, roughly equal in voter population, it also discounts anybody under 18. And in our community, that's a bigger proportion than other communities. So you discount those who are not yet 18, you discount those who are not citizens, and you do this for a whole decade, by the way, despite the fact that people can naturalize after 3 to 5 years of being a lawful permanent resident. And we all know that a child who's 8, when the census occurs, is going to be a voter. by the time the next census occurs. But they discount all of those above 8 to 18 in this proposal. And again, they need the citizenship question to create the database at a level of granularity required to draw districts. So there's already nefarious activity going on about the census in 2030 that is about suppressing Latino political power and vote.
And I think it's fitting that we're in Texas for this conversation because cases in Texas represent more than the other cases in the other VRA expanded jurisdictions in the Southwest combined. And of course, the Texas Latino Redistricting Task Force, MALDEF, has been fighting decade after decade on Texas redistricting.
Yeah, they're in trial now, by the way, in case you didn't know. The trial finally for the redistricting after the 2020 census is occurring now in El Paso before a 3-judge panel. It's not a great panel, so we'll have to see what the outcome is of that particular case, but it's an important fight to wage given the size and importance of the state of Texas, as you mentioned.
And one, of course, important voter suppression tactic has been proof of citizenship when Latinos are registering, when people are registering to vote, and that's been particularly harmful against Latinos. We've seen Texas try to do that for a long time in other states, but there's a recent, of course, executive order by President Trump trying to do the same for federal elections. Can you talk a little bit about how they justify that, what harm that is doing, and where that's at in the litigation process?
Well, as you mentioned, it's all about the myth of voter fraud, the widespread, increasingly talked about complete mythology that there are huge numbers of non-citizen voters casting ballots. No indication of that occurring other than in isolated incidents, frankly, generally out of ignorance rather than intent, where a non-citizen who is on the cusp of naturalization may believe that they have the right to vote, even though they haven't actually taken the oath of citizenship yet. But this voter fraud myth is what's behind the notion that we need to start asking for proof of citizenship before you register. We need to have voter IDs that are curiously limited, Texas most infamously, not including student IDs, but including, gun permits that are included for your acceptable ID to vote. But it's all driven by this disinformation, because it is intentional disinformation, that somehow there is a huge voter fraud problem in this country. There isn't. I guarantee you Donald Trump would not have received a majority of the votes in 2020 under any circumstances, despite his assertion that it's millions of undocumented voters who took the popular vote majority away from him in 2016, rather. So that myth continues to survive despite all evidence that it doesn't exist.
The state rep, I was with Nina Perales, who, of course, many of you know as MALDEF's vice president of litigation, one of the top voting rights lawyers in the country, and she was being asked by a Texas state rep, so are we just imagining this voter fraud? Is this just rainbows and unicorns? First of all, rainbows are real, and some people think unicorns are real, but but Nina was like, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that they're, it is largely fabricated. So I'm definitely interested in seeing how that litigation progresses. I want to do, Sarah, quick time check, because we have a couple of other questions, but I want to make sure. Okay. So, Vilma, one of your incredible legacies that we have seen across the nation and that's including in solidly red states, is that Latinos are getting elected. They are leading Latino-led democracies in our communities, and I think we should all be so proud of that legacy. We owe so much of that to you and the work of your contemporaries. But some people fear our power, and so we're seeing anti-democracy tactics like laws that would undermine local control by preempting city ordinances. We also see attempts that to undermine the ability of Latino voters to elect candidates of their choice. So, for example, here in Texas, we have policies that try to unseat through removal of office procedures Latino DAs, Latino county attorneys, and other elected officials through very draconian policies. And I'm just wondering what your perspective is on how do we help our community connect those dots between those type of policies and really the attempts to thwart the will of the voters?
Well, it's clear from everything we've been talking about that there's a very concerted, creative effort to undermine our power, our right to vote. And I think the only way to combat that is by continuing the work of education. People need to know what is going on, whether it's in the schools or whether it's in supporting MALDIF and the Southwest Voter Project activities, signing up for League of Women Voters volunteer efforts. ARP does a lot of this. We need to stay informed. I consider myself fairly well informed, and yet I learned a lot from listening to Tom today. And so I was really smart to leave when I did and make sure that MALDIF had terrific successors to carry on this role. But all kidding aside, it just is going to require commitment because whatever challenge is there, it is our job to meet it because I don't know that I see another option because I believe this is our country and I believe this is our time.
Very well said, and I think that's a great place to open it up for any questions from the audience. I think that there is a microphone that can be passed around for anyone that wants to ask questions of Vilma or
So
Tom.
while we find a question, I just wanted to say I think it's the height of irony that it is the party that has been traditionally the champion of local control that is now shifted entirely. The party of states' rights wants to take away the rights of states and hand them to the president, and it wants to allow states to take the local power, as you indicated, Selena, away from local government and house it with the state. So this is a shift in the political ideology of this country. It's quite ironic.
Thank you, Tom. And we have one question over there. Do you have a let's see. Here, hi, Elaine. I'm like, I see you, the light's in my eyes, but I can see you.
I wonder if the panelists would. I wonder if the panelists would take a turn at analyzing the Latino voters who went for Trump in the last election and continue to support him, even as policies are detrimental to the Latino community.
Well, I'll take a crack at that. It does go into the 60 versus 80% is part of the answer. That's always been true. But 60% is still very high. You know, people just need to be told what's what. And other people, and people are entitled to have their own thoughts, which is why I think the value of education is so important. People need to understand by supporting Trump, what they think they're voting for isn't always what they're getting. And I think more and more people are starting to see that, right? So I think that's the approach to take as opposed to saying, you know, you're horrible or whatever. Don't you understand what's going on here?
And I would start by saying I don't think that support will last. I think that the Trump administration has gone too far, too extreme. Its own extremism is going to alienate the youth vote, for example. We saw a shift in the youth vote in 2024. I don't think that will endure. I think that much of the Latino vote for Trump will diminish over time. But the question and what we saw in 2024 does raise a serious concern. We know that in this country, white working class men have long voted against their own interests. Right? And so what's behind that? There's one analysis that says they're voting their aspirations, no matter how unrealistic they are, rather than their reality. And the danger is that we end up with Latino men who vote their aspirations, thinking they're going to be Trump someday in the future, versus their reality. And I think that we have to, in our community, while we have long thrived on the aspirations of immigrants in our community, the aspirations of parents for their kids in our community, we do have some work to do to make sure that people vote based on their reality and what's going to happen as a result of the policies that they are empowering.
But, and just to add something to that, I think my point about we need to frame the issues, I think somehow we've lost the framing, right? And it seems to me if we can frame the issues, not just aspiration, but reality, where are you today? And then what are the policies that will help you and your family? We've let the Republicans take too much airtime on that, and the media's given them too much airtime. And it's shocking to me how much space this one person, Trump, occupies, right? All those flurry of executive orders, most of which are not ever going to be implemented really, but it just creates this chaos that he's thriving in. I don't know how much longer he will thrive in that environment, because certainly all these tariff policies and combined with those executive orders, it's not really benefiting our country. It's not benefiting the image of our country worldwide. And I think, the going after the universities, it just makes no sense. Going after the tiny agency AID, which has gotten us so much what we call soft power goodwill throughout the world. We need to go on the offensive, is basically what I'm saying. We need to frame the issue.
I saw Sarah with a microphone. I think we have a...
Hi, everybody. Sonia Diaz. Hi, Tom. Hi, Vilma. So my question is really thinking about the theme that got us here, which was Section 203 and the promise of Latino political inclusion by the ability to fully participate. And I'd love for you to think, now that we're 50 years out from that, in looking at states like California and Texas that now have Latino pluralities, New Mexico, which has had a majority, you look at Illinois and some other states where Latinos join African Americans or Asian Americans to be a multiracial kind of plurality. And yet you don't see the ascension of Latinos, not necessarily just limited to electoral power, whether it's statewide constitutional office, but in terms of the other aspects that dictate our days and our lives. Being in charge of hospitals, being in charge of universities, in charge of philanthropy, in the C-suite. So as we look at this moment that we're in right now, which has a myriad of challenges that are seismic, what are the opportunities that we can glean from the civil rights movement for this moment of the future that has widespread technological change, climate disaster, othering? What's the goal right now? And then I'd love to think through, what's the role of MALDEF in that future?
Before the role, Tom, you take the role of MALDEF. It's your turn. But I would say this, before we get too carried away, you know what? I'm 81 years old. When I look at where we were when I was a girl here in San Antonio, unable to sit in the downstairs when I would go to the movies, when I couldn't go to the swimming pool in Landa Park. When I was head of MALDEF, we didn't have Chicano studies programs and policy institutes developing all of this data to use. We had to do it without that. We have a lot of that now. We have it. So I don't want us to shortchange what we have accomplished, because a lot has been done. Interestingly, the minute you go forward a bit, there will be backward movement. Think about when you look at what civil rights accomplished, they did a lot. We elected a black president. We thought we had it made, right? Wrong, right? It created an incredible backlash. I think we're in that backlash at the moment. But that doesn't mean that we don't have a wealth of support that we can use and utilize to move forward, to reframe the debate, to go forward. So that's my thought. But Tom will decide what MALDEF should do.
No, I think that your emphasis in the question on inclusion in leadership is the overarching challenge that our community faces. And I think there are a number of things behind that. I talked about judicial appointments. There is an impression, I don't think grounded in reality, but an impression by elected officials, including some of our own, that we in the Latino community won't demand equitable inclusion in the way that other communities do. I've seen it when I was in government very briefly. Elected officials would not think of not including the black community on any body you mention because they know they'll be held accountable by that community. They don't have that impression of us. So, Sonia, as you know, because you're from California, great progressive state, Latino plurality. We are the only racial ethnic group, aside from Native Americans, in California that has been limited to one California state Supreme Court justice at a time. Every other community, smaller, all of them, has had more. Obviously, throughout most of history, a 7-member court was all white, so 7 white people at one time on that court. There are currently, actually, 3 black justices on the California Supreme Court. There have historically, 10, 15 years ago, been 4 Asian American justices on that court at the same time. Latinos are the only group, though we are the largest, surpassed whites a decade plus ago, that has ever been confined to only 1 justice at a time. But the community in California is not rallying around that. Now, why is that? Hard to say. But behind what you're talking about is also a need to recognize, and this transitions into the MALDEF role, that the assault on DEI is about us. Okay? It's not about other communities. It's about our growth and what that growth will translate into if efforts to make sure there's greater equity and inclusion continue. And I'm going to do a little aside, because I do this all the time. I'm trying to get people not to focus on diversity, as important as it is. We actually inherited that from a very conservative Justice Lewis Powell in the Bakke case, who said that's the only acceptable constitutional reason for considering race in admissions. But we should all lead with equity. So I want us all to say EID, equity, inclusion, and diversity. And here's the good thing, EID also is an acronym for Ending Irrational Discrimination, because that's what it's about. Trump wants us to think that DEI is the discrimination against those poor, oppressed white men, when in fact, DEI is about ending irrational discrimination where it is embedded in our systems. So we have to be the champions. MALDEF has to be the champion of EID because it is about us. We are the threat they perceive.
Tom, thank you for advocating equity. Vilma, thank you for reminding us to play the long game because we are in it to win it. Please, everyone, give a huge round of applause for Vilma and Tom. We see y'all's sacrifice. We see your relentless advocacy and your legacy. And thank you, MACRI, so much. It's lunchtime, so I'm going to turn it over to Sarah for that important PSA.
Such intellectual power up here. Yes. And I know there were a few more people who wanted to ask questions, but I have the difficult job of trying to keep us on schedule. So we are going to break for lunch in just a minute, and there will be plenty of time for conversation and questions and socializing when we break for lunch. But I want to go back to something that Selena said right at the beginning, and that's once a Maldefian, always a Maldefian. There are a number of Maldefians here in the audience. I'm wondering if you are a Maldefian, past, present, could you please stand and be recognized? I see here Mario Obledo Jr., son of one of the founders of MALDEF. Yes. I see Al Kaufman, legendary civil rights lawyer. I'm so sorry. We've also got a number of people from Southwest Voter here, Lydia Camarillo, Andy Hernandez, and Manuel Garza. I see past chair of MALDEF, the legendary lawyer, Frank Herrera. And I see the current chair of MALDEF, Norma Cantu. Did I miss anyone? Okay, well, can I just also acknowledge another luminary in the audience, former mayor of San Antonio, Henry Cisneros. We also have the daughter and son-in-law of pre-MALDEF legendary lawyer, civil rights lawyer, Alonso Perales, Marta. Marta Perales Carrizales, such a pleasure for you to be here with us. They traveled in from Houston. I have a couple of housekeeping items. If you are part of that MALDEF group, we would love to get a group photo of you outside at the Step and Repeat. We also are going to have a catered lunch upstairs for all of you who are here with us in person. And I just want to say, we would not be able to do this event, and we certainly wouldn't be able to feed you if it weren't for our amazing event sponsors. So I just want to acknowledge Bexar County Commissioners Justin Rodriguez and Rebecca Clay Flores, AARP San Antonio, the Herrera Law Firm, Gilberto Ocañas and Dr. Ana Chao Guzman, Methodist Healthcare Ministries, the H.E. Butt Foundation, Domingo Garcia, and Centro San Antonio. Thank you so much for making this possible for our guests. So lunch is going to be upstairs. You'll take the elevator upstairs, and we will return, for all of y'all watching at home, we will return at 2 p.m. Central, okay? Thank you so much, and we'll see you soon. got very quiet. We're not live yet. Are we ready to go live? Okay. Welcome back to the 2025 MACRI Symposium. My name is Sarah Zenaida Gould. I'm the Executive Director of the Mexican American Civil Rights Institute, and it's such a pleasure to have you with us today. Before we get started with the next session, I have a couple of items that I wanted to share with you. One is that many of you know that as we emerged from the pandemic, MACRI looked for bigger and more impactful ways to bring Mexican American civil rights history to the public. And last fall, we completed a site feasibility study for a permanent location for a national Mexican American Civil Rights Museum. It would be the first in the nation. The road to build such a museum is long and expensive, and we need your support. So there's two ways you can help us out. One is that today we have a videographer on site just opposite this theater in a studio across the hall. We invite you to record a testimonial about what a National Museum of Mexican American Civil Rights History would mean to you. And we'll be recording those testimonials until 4:30 today. That's one way. But speaking of money, we, like many other museums across the country, recently lost a federal grant due to an executive order. So we're looking for ways to make up for that lost grant money. I invite you to stop by our silent auction table and merchandise table just over here in the side hallway. The silent auction table will close at 4:15, and we absolutely appreciate your support. And then finally, a whole team of people came together to make today's event possible. I want to thank a few people in particular. I want to thank Screenville, which is the company that is managing the live stream. And they've been working with us for several years now. We've done multiple of these events with them, so thank you so much. You make it easy for us. I also want to thank the photography and videography team that we have here on site. I want to thank actually, they were the caterer for today and yesterday, 10 times the flavor catering. I want to thank all of the volunteers that have helped out today. And of course, I want to thank Texas Public Radio and the Texas Public Radio staff for being so welcoming, allowing us to use this venue, and just making this such a great event for everybody. So thank you, TPR. It is my pleasure to welcome our next fireside chat featuring Maria Elena Salinas in conversation with First Lady of San Antonio, Erica Prosper. Erica will introduce Maria Elena Salinas, so I want to take a moment to say a few words about Erica. Erica is not only the First Lady of San Antonio, she's also a member of MACRI's National Advisory Council and has long been an ardent supporter of MACRI, as well as of having pride in your Mexican American culture and history. Additionally, she is a businesswoman. She's somebody who I'm sure many of you know because she's the Senior Director of Consumer Insights at HEB. She's also the co-founder and was the 2016 chair of the Latina Leadership Institute. I think we have some alums in the room. Yes, and has led the creation of multiple education programming, youth entrepreneurship programming, and women's economic development white papers with Raising Texas, the Saber Institute, and Venture Lab. In 2019, she was named the San Antonio Business Journal's Woman of the Year and a Governor's Yellow Rose of Texas honoree. Since 2022, she's been a yearly regional panelist for the prestigious White House Fellows Program. She also, in 2023, received the Oatley Award from the Mexican government. which is the highest honor. Yes, it's the highest honor given to a non-citizen for their impact in promoting Mexican culture. She was a 2018 chairwoman of the San Antonio Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and serves or volunteers on a number of community and advisory boards aimed at empowering Latinas, nonprofits, and voting. So please welcome Erica Prosper, and Maria Elena Salinas will be coming up, but Erica is going to introduce Maria Elena first. Thank you.
Let's welcome Ms. Maria Elena Salinas, like we welcomed her into our home for the many years that she provided us a window into the world. For those of you that don't know, Maria Elena Salinas is a renowned journalist known for her insightful reporting and deep understanding of Hispanic and Latino communities. She has had a profound impact on Hispanic communities through not just her journalism, but her advocacy and her commitment to telling stories that matter. She is considered a trailblazer in Spanish media, breaking barriers and ensuring that those that are underrepresented are heard in mainstream news. While Salinas' work has consistently focused on giving Latinos a forum to be heard, her influence, however, has gone beyond reporting in our Hispanic communities. She has shaped the way we are perceived and represented in the media and how narratives around our issues are portrayed. She has shaped positively the way that we are seen by giving us that voice. Her work and ganas continue to inspire so many future journalists, especially those of Latino influence. Ms. Salinas has conducted numerous high-profile interviews throughout her career. Some notables have been U.S. Presidents Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, and George W. Bush, being honest and discussing immigration policies, Latino representation in their cabinets, and national issues as it affects us and our community. She's also had the privilege of talking to Latin American leaders like former Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega and Daniel Ortega, the president of Nicaragua, to bring us insight into how political dynamics in Latin America affect the U.S. and affect our daily lives. But if you think that already made her a big old chingona, that is nothing compared to the fact that she did war reporting and was one of the first female journalists to report from Baghdad during the Iraq War, covering it firsthand. And perhaps most jarring to us and most recent were her interviews highlighting the struggles of unaccompanied minors crossing the U.S. border, shedding light on immigration challenges and the heartbreak that comes with them. And indeed, her documentary, Entre el Abandono y el Rechazo, which focused on unaccompanied minors, shed light on their struggles. It also humanized their experiences. Without a doubt, Maria Elena Salinas' reporting has amplified our important Latino issues to help bring attention to the challenges, but also, and most importantly, the successes of Latinos in our communities. Her presence has broken language barriers by making critical information about immigration, education, and political participation accessible to millions of Spanish-speaking viewers in the U.S. And her advocacy for representation has pushed even more Latino journalists into newsrooms, bringing a very needed diverse perspective that has led to more accurate and fair reporting. She is an empowerment machine who has tried with her life's work to ensure that Latino voices are deservedly recognized in national conversations. So again, please help me start off our conversation to journalist, documentarian, producer, author, and all-around phenomenal Latina powerhouse, Maria Elena Salinas.
Is it on? Yes, it's on. Thank you for that incredible introduction. I feel embarrassed now, honestly. And after hearing your introduction, I should be interviewing you. No. Right?
I think one of the best parts about today and the conversation that we're going to have is for people to understand just how deep your connection is.
I think you need a microphone.
I need that one. You're sitting on it. I'm sitting on the mic. Woo! Es que I was all excited to interview her. You know, one of the things that most people remember you from, obviously, was when the television would come on and you would be behind that desk, and you would share with us the highs and lows of the day across the country. And that's not an easy decision to make. That's not an easy decision to make with your life. So obviously one of the very first questions I have is, how did you end up behind that desk in journalism with that passion and fire?
I'm going to try to make it a short answer, but it's really a long story. I didn't set out to be a journalist. At the time when I started working in television, I had been working in radio right before that. And, you know, what I had studied was marketing, and what I wanted to do was work in advertising. And when I was offered the job Channel 34 in LA, I thought, well, okay, great. That'll be a good way for me to get into the sales department, and then I could work in advertising, because I had never worked in front of a camera before. And I worked in radio, and I had great radio hair. You know, I just, and I was very shy, very, very shy. So it was very difficult for me. The first couple of weeks, I realized that I didn't know what I was doing and that I needed to learn, and something that I grew up, you know, with my father and my mother's messages of always saying, you know, do the best that you can do. Don't allow yourself to be mediocre. Don't be a conformist. I knew that I had to do that job, and I had to do it right. In the beginning, I remember I got laryngitis, which is a medical term for I was petrified to be in front of a camera. And little by little, you know, I started to get a little more confidence. For the first year, I would cover stories at press conferences, and I would not ask a question because I was afraid I would ask a dumb question. So I would go home and look at the newscasts of all the other people, and I started realizing, well, the questions they're asking are the questions that I want to ask. So I started raising my hand then, and I never stopped raising my hand since then. I also had to go back to school, to UCLA Extension, and take journalism courses, but I was really learning on the job. And I mean, there's a lot of instances where I can say that journalism became my passion, and then eventually my mission. And you know, one of those instances, and I was thinking about that when in the previous panel when they were talking about the Latino vote, because one of the things that I covered when I started working in Channel 34, remember this was 1981, it's a long time. Yes, I am that old. And I remember in Los Angeles, it was a city that had, 25% of Latinos, and we had no representation at all. Not in the city council, not in the Board of Education, not on the Board of Supervisors, nothing, zero, not even one Latino. And then on the city council, there was a position that opened up, and there was a Latino running for that position. So my boss, Pete Moraga, que en paz descanse, told me, okay, go cover that story. And at that time, what you did mostly is go do MOSs, which is man on the street, which is do interviews with people that you'd run into, trying to find out how they were going to vote. And then I came back and I told my boss, I can't do the story. He said, why you can't do the story? And I said, because I interviewed 16 people and 15 weren't voting. He says, and why weren't they voting? I said, well, they didn't know there was an election. They weren't registered to vote. They weren't qualified to vote. They didn't, you know, they just couldn't, or they were undocumented or whatever, or they just were not interested in politics. He says, there's your story. As long as Latinos continue to feel disenfranchised from mainstream America, they're never going to be able to have representation. And right there, like, that was a journalistic lesson for me, of course, but it was also an eye-opener where I realized that my job and the job of those that work in Spanish language media would be to empower the Latino community. And political empowerment was a big part of that. So since then, I've been doing campaigns, get out the vote campaigns, voter registration campaigns, citizenship campaigns, because it became so important. And I'm talking about a time where the Latino vote was never counted. In the early 80s, we weren't even considered. It wasn't even a thing. Yet we understood that we needed to have representation. And I think that's one of the moments where it became my passion and then my mission.
I love that. I love that journalism became a mission, not just a job for you, not just a way to connect. Out of curiosity, what other missions have you stumbled upon as you've become a journalist in different facets of your life, in different stages? What other areas have you found passion with as you do stories?
I mean, I think that it's really the empowerment of the Latino community, not only political empowerment, but through education in so many different ways. I've had a scholarship with the National Association of Hispanic Journalists. I'm a founder of that, and for the past 25 years, I've been giving a scholarship. I'm also for the past 18 years on the board of the HSF, the Hispanic Scholarship Fund. So education is an important one for me. But I think, telling Latino stories is what my passion is and what my mission is. And advocating for immigrants is also, I think, a passion and a mission for me. Why? Because very early on in my career, I realized that the people that I was reporting to, that I was also part of the community. Just like the people that I was reporting to and that I was informing, I was a daughter of Mexican immigrants. I was first generation. I had to translate for my mother because she didn't speak the language. I had to start working when I was 14 years old to help them pay the rent. So I could relate to the community that I was reporting to. I felt, we're in this together. And I think that made it a lot easier for me. And it gave me that ganas, like you said, to do this because, I saw my family and their families and vice versa. So, there was a time when we in Spanish media have been criticized for practicing what they call advocacy journalism, as if it was a bad thing. And, do I advocate? Yes. Why shouldn't I? I advocate for my community. I advocate for the people that I'm reporting to and the people that I'm reporting about, which is very different than being an activist. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being an advocate. People who cover a specific beat, if you cover the education beat, then you're going to be an advocate for education. If you cover gender beat, then you're going to be, an advocate for women's issues or whatever it is. So I think that that's an important role we should have. And actually, I've always thought that when you work in Spanish language media, it's a little bit different than when you work in mainstream media. I mean, you're still a journalist, the basics of journalism are very important, but we in Spanish language media were reporting to an audience that had additional needs. Yes, they needed to know what's going on in their city, in their state, in their country, in the world, but also in the countries of their ancestors or the countries that they came from or the countries where their families came from. And a lot of them, especially in the early 80s, they needed to understand how things function in what to many was their newly adopted country. Remember, it's very different now than it was back then. When I started working in television, there were 14 million Latinos in the US. Now what, there's 65, 66, 67, I don't know, I've lost count because we haven't had a census in a while, so I imagine it's around 65 million. And back then, the majority were immigrants. Right now, the majority are US born. And the majority are bilingual. It's very, very different back then than it is now. But I did feel throughout the 37 years that I worked in Spanish language media, and then after that I worked 5 years in first at CBS and then at ABC, that we grew hand in hand. I really think that the Latino community, as it was growing, we were holding their hand and they were holding our hand. Spanish language media grew because the Latino community grew. And I think that we in Spanish language media also helped to inform that community, inform them of their rights, inform them of their responsibilities, not just their rights. And that kind of made us grow together. And I truly believe that in my heart. And I know it sounds a little presumptuous to say that we had something to do with the empowerment of the Latino community, but I really do believe that reporting to them and about them and telling their stories, informing them of the things that were available out there to them, to those who didn't know it was available, really did have some kind of an impact.
I don't think it's presumptuous. I think we as Latinos have seen our identity and our worth be questioned so often throughout our history in the United States. I think we need those advocates and those voices, especially those that come to us not just with news, but come to us neutrally, talking about those areas that matter. You talked about coming of age into this, or at least starting to come of age into this in the 80s as you started to empower yourself. I assume the 80s for journalists, especially women journalists, were not the easiest times. Can you inform us a little bit about how you had to navigate the studio and the job as a woman, as a Latina during that time?
Yeah, well, I was the only female reporter there. There was another woman who was anchoring there, and then they switched us. I went to work in TV and she went to work in radio station where I used to work. And there was one more reporter. Her name is Sonia Borhauer. I think she was a reporter. And then the rest were all males. When I went in there, like I said, I didn't have any experience. But I was very lucky to have great news directors that took me under their wing and taught me quite a bit. I think in the beginning, and this is a perception that has existed for many years, not just in the US, but also in Latin America, that the man is a journalist and the woman is kind of like a sidekick. And if you have a male-female team, it's because, the man can be old and gray, but the woman has to be like a little model or something, right?
That was never you.
No, I was tough. I wanted to be tough. I wanted to make sure that I could cover the same story. I didn't want to be the decoration there. I wanted to be the one that would cover the same stories that the male did. So since very early, the 80s were a tough time in Latin America. And the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s were an amazing time to cover Latin America because there was so much turmoil there. And I remember working at Channel 34 the first time there was the possibility of traveling to El Salvador where the war was going on. Someone said, well, you can't go in high heels there. It's the war zone. And I said, well, I can wear sneakers too. And, you're not going to be able to take your electric rollers and your blow dryer. And I said, well, excuse me, but I can make a ponytail too. I mean, what is your issue? But I would always fight back. I wouldn't accept it. I always fought back. And I had to do that throughout my whole career. And tell them that I could do. In fact, I think a lot of you women will understand that women can do the same thing that men can, but we do it better because we do it in high heels, right?
So, you mentioned a lot of these times, and as I read in part of your bio, you were there during a lot of hard-hitting decisions and times in not just this country's history, but Latin American history. But you also are known for humanizing in all of your stories, for having that beautiful balance. So how do you find that? What's your approach knowing that you're going to go in and have to report on something so important and you have to go deep and not let up, but at the same time bring that human element to a story?
I wish I could tell you that there was a process that was well thought out. But it was just what I was interested in. It's just what I cared about. And, I wrote a book a long time ago that's called I Am My Father's Daughter, Living a Life Without Secrets. And that's a whole other story. But one of the things that I learned researching my dad a lot more and trying to understand my dad is that I think I inherited his social conscience. So I think I went into this career with a social conscience. In fact, I think it was that aspect of it that was more interesting to me than the journalistic part of it, which is to tell stories and to humanize stories. So just one example, you mentioned Entre el abandono y el rechazo. That's a special I did in 2014, the first time we had that, what they call a crisis of young unaccompanied minors coming to the border. And when we had to, I noticed that all the coverage was politicians pointing the finger to each other, blaming each other for this crisis. And because I've covered these stories for so long, I knew that there was a lot more to it. And I said, no, wait a minute. Let's go to El Salvador, Guatemala, and it wasn't Nicaragua, it was El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, and the border. And let's see why these kids are leaving. And that's what we did. And I'll have you know that we spent one day in each place. One day in each place. And it was a very low budget story, one day only. We flew it, we stayed the whole day, and then the next day we went to the other one. We had everything planned out. Some of those were just driving around and stopping and seeing a group of people and interviewing them there. And, that particular...
You can find it on YouTube for anyone who's wondering.
That particular special was really important to me and to the producer that I worked with. It was just myself, one producer, and two photographers. And we thought it was very important. And when we came back, my boss said, okay, so what are you going to call your special? I said, Entre el abandono y el rechazo. Ese nombre está muy largo. No. Think of another name that's too long. And I said, in translation, it would be between rejection and between abandonment and rejection. And the reason why is because that's what I saw I saw in Central America and at the border the abandonment that these kids felt. Either they were abandoned by the system, by their government, by their families. And when they came to the US, they were rejected. I said, the name has to be Entre el Abandono y el Rechazo. And they said, okay, fine, we'll do that. We did an English version of it, which what did they call? Crisis at the Border. Of course, yeah, the English version of it. But, I was very proud of the fact that that particular special won an Emmy, a Walter Cronkite Award, a Grammy, an Emmy, a Walter Cronkite, no, I don't sing yet. Yeah.
We can start today.
And a Peabody Award, which is one of the most important. And I remember one of my former bosses called me and said, she wasn't there anymore, but she says, do you realize that that's the first show ever in the history of Spanish language media that has won 4 awards? So that was a moment of pride for me. And it was shown in American University a couple of times. And, that type of story, why did I do it? Because I thought it was important to tell that side of the story. And with the Walter Cronkite Award, I think it comes out of the University of Austin, Texas here. Yeah, there was a notation there that said that the reason why they gave it this award is because it addressed certain parts and certain issues that are normally not addressed in any journalistic work, right? Which is the story behind the story. And I always thought that that was important. Let's get to know their story. Let's get to know this person. And I think another reason why I always focus on those things is I wanted to make sure that people could relate. The most important thing is that people understand you, the people that are watching you at home, that they can relate to the story that you're telling them, that they could understand the story that you're telling them. And what better way to tell that story than with real examples of real people, real stories. So I think that it wasn't something that was necessarily planned out. It's just like, what I want to ask, this is what I want to know. What story do I want to tell? This is the story that I want to tell. The story behind this person, the story behind this tragedy. This tragedy has a story behind it. There's always a story behind the story. And in order to be able to understand it, you have to tell that backstory.
I mean, you're one of the most well-versed people on immigration because of the history that you've had through many presidential eras, but also through the point of view of immigration from the Latino side and the different countries. What is your take on where we're going in immigration in this country?
It's very sad for me to see it. And, I'm retired now, by the way. I say I'm retired, but I'm doing a podcast, so I don't know if that means that I'm retired. But when I left Univision 8 years ago, I had my list of pros and cons, whether I should leave or not leave, and I had been planning it for years. And honestly, I had a lot more reasons to leave than not to leave. And there was only one left on the side of why not to leave, and that was my connection with my community and the stories that I covered. And I think up to this day, of course, I went on to CBS and ABC wanting to tell more Latino stories. And, it is a lot of work to try to get them to tell your stories. But, I only had to do 10 to 15 stories a year, so I was able to do, most of the ones that I wanted, though it's really an uphill battle to try to convince mainstream media that Latino stories are important. But when I was there, when I was leaving, so many things were happening, and I think there was something going on at the border, and I said, oh my God, I wish I was there so that I could tell that story. I don't need to be there because we have great journalists that are doing the job. But, after a while, you feel like you own it, like it's part of you. And I never want to feel like I'm the only one that could tell those stories because we have amazing people out there working in both Univision and Telemundo and other independent stations that are doing a great job telling those stories, but I missed being there for them. So right now is the worst that I have ever seen in my lifetime in terms of immigration and the way that immigrants are treated. I knew it would be bad, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. And the dehumanizing of immigrants is something that just tears my heart apart. It really, really hurts because I know their stories. And I understand perfectly well that we cannot have an open border and that we cannot, which by the way we never have, and that you cannot allow everyone to come in. But I have never seen them being dehumanized like they are being dehumanized now. And words have consequences. And when you use that kind of rhetoric and accuse them of all the ills of this country, and those accusations have existed for a long time, but not to the level that we have now. I mean, criminals and things like that. Then those consequences are that other people view not just immigrants, but the Latino community in that vein. Because how do you tell the difference between someone who has documents and doesn't? In the last time there was that law, I think in Arizona, or was it HB 1070? We were covering that story when the Supreme Court was about to decide, what parts of it were going to pass and what parts of it were going to be struck down. I remember doing a story about Aquí y Ahora, which is a long-form show that I used to do, that was called "What Does an Undocumented Immigrant Look Like?" And we interviewed 3 women, and one of them was undocumented, the other one was a legal resident, the other one was a citizen. In the beginning of the show, we interviewed them, all 3 of them, in Spanish. And we had people try to guess on social media or whatever it was then, which one was which. At the end of the show, we gave the results. And the one that people thought was undocumented was the one that was a citizen. It's like, what does an undocumented person look like? So this racial profiling affects everyone. And I'm not saying like, just go after the undocumented, not those of us who are U.S. citizens, but the way that people react, it's not just the government, but the way that mainstream America is reacting, is treating anyone that looks or sounds Hispanic, is really dehumanizing, and it's sad, and it's dangerous. And how does this make us go forward? How does this make us a better country?
But it doubles down on what you said, which is the importance of the stories being told, right? Because for every conscionable story that's being told, there is this other rhetoric. And so it leads me to my next question. I think we're entering into a duel between stories, right? The two big stories being told, almost like a pivotal point in history. Which of these stories is the one that's going to go down in the books? And I'm curious, as a journalist, and the responsibility that you feel journalists today have to tell the stories that show true light, to your point, into areas. How do you feel with the fact that media is fragmented, and that even though you might have an amazing story, because, like you said, there's so many business entities behind that, or because of the fact that some people get their media this way and others get it that way, those stories are not penetrating as much? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a real problem. That's a very serious problem, because the media is so powerful. Even though right now the image of the media is at an all-time low, I think it's a shame that it is, because people need to believe in something. People need to believe stories. And there's several reasons why this is happening. One of them, I think, started a long time ago when these 24-hour news cycles came in, and people were not able to tell the difference between what is opinion and what is news. The lines began to be blurred. Everything looked the same. You look at someone in an anchor desk and with a graphic here, and you don't know if they're giving you the news or if they're giving you their opinion. A lot of times they're giving you their opinion. So that's when it kind of started, and then it continues to go with being accused of fake news, of lying. So, I've covered, like I said, Latin America quite a bit, and I have seen how governments from authoritarian countries work. And one of the first things that they do is try to silence the media. In some countries they kill them, in others they close them down, or they begin to put them in jail, or they discredit the media, because it is the only filter between those in power and those that they're trying to reach. And by eliminating that filter, then you can control people. So it's very dangerous what is happening. Now, as far as telling Latino stories, that's why representation matters. Because, when I went to CBS and ABC, the reason why I told them I wanted to tell Latino stories is because you can turn on Good Morning America or CBS Mornings or any one of those, Today Show, all the shows, and the evening news, and you will always see a brown and black face on them, always. But you're not necessarily hearing their stories. So you have a name and you have a face, but where are the stories? I went there telling them, I don't even know why they hired me, because I said, I don't need a job. I just want to know, if what I have to offer aligns with what you are interested in, then I'll work with you. So we worked together, and I was able to do a lot of stories. In fact, at ABC, one of the very first things that I did at ABC was a special on immigration on Nightline. We did a whole half hour on that. And then, of course, I did Uvalde. Now, I want to mention Uvalde, not just because you're neighbors with Uvalde, but it's important in media to have allies. I was when I was working at CBS, there was a woman named Kim Godwin who was my immediate supervisor. She was vice president of news, African American woman. She moved on to ABC News as president of ABC News, the first black woman to be president of a network. And she's the one that kind of lured me into ABC. And I told her, I want to retire. And she lured me into ABC because she believed in me and what I had to do. So when Uvalde happened, she said, I think we should stay there a year. And John Quiñones and Maria Elena are the ones that are going to be the face of that coverage. Why? Because they know the community and the community knows them. Because they understand the cultural idiosyncrasies of those communities, and they're going to be able to better cover that story. Now, she's no longer there. I'm no longer there. I don't know who, if there are any more guardrails as to what kind of stories are being done. But I was able to do those stories because there was an ally there who believed in the importance of telling stories of underrepresented communities. And, I was very happy to be able to do that there. But it is an uphill battle. And it's very dangerous, I think, right now. It's very dangerous. That's why we need more Latinos in news. That's why we need more Latinos to tell Latino stories in news. And also, people now are not necessarily getting their news from mainstream media. They're getting the news from social media, from influencers, some good, some not so good. You hear a lot of lies. There's a lot of disinformation and misinformation, which is one of my main concerns, all the disinformation that's out there. And I think that affects how we are viewed by society. I mean, we know who we are. And, but how do we, I don't know that you live that in San Antonio, because this is such a Mexican-American city where your roots are so strong here, and you gain the respect of people here. Right now I'm living in Miami, and it's a completely different scenario. So it's very, very difficult. But, I think it does affect our communities in the way that we are viewed, and the media right now is going through a crisis. And we are allowing, I don't know if I should say allowing, because some might have a choice, some might not have a choice, of being silenced and censored. And that's the worst thing that can happen, because then those in power win, and they eliminate that filter, and they try to brainwash the people that they are serving.
I think, you make a great point. I think, on the outside, people might think San Antonio, because of our roots, because of our long heritage, we're always going to be pro-Latino, but I think it takes work. As you heard earlier in today, this city has a heart of advocacy. It doesn't sit by when it sees injustices. We come up with nonprofits. MALDEF was born here, that I heard from. And I think it has taken centuries of work, decades of work, for San Antonio to stay committed to its culture by ensuring that not only are we supporting the nonprofits that bring those stories and that continue to keep us honest, but that we elect officials who value what we stand for, whether that be at the local level or whether that be at the state level. I think for us specifically here in San Antonio, the one thing that we are concerned about, to your point, is what happens when it comes here, because the damage being done to the Latino integrity, the Latino profile, the Latino culture, it has been relentless. For at least 12 years, it's been relentless. And for us, one of the most important questions we have to ask ourselves, and we're hoping you can help us kind of guide, is in the face of that, you know, from a woman who's had to face a lot of things and has been determined, in the face of that, what do you double down on every time to stay strong and to not let anyone strip your identity? Everything you told me, girl from a family of immigrants, woman who said, nope, I'm going to raise my hand, a woman who said, my conviction and my commitment is going to be what I always lead with the story.
Right. Well, I'm very proud of my cultural heritage, and I always, the times I've spoken to students, I urge them to be proud of their cultural heritage. I think it's something very important. In fact, I think it's our superpower. I mean, I'm very proud of the fact that I grew up bilingual, bicultural, and I'm American. I grew up, you know, I was born in the U.S. My passport says I'm American, but I'm also Mexican. And my parents always taught me to be proud of that duality, you know, celebrating, and we do it through food, you know, we do everything through food. You know, celebrating, you know, 4th of July and celebrating 16 de septiembre, even Cinco de Mayo, even though they don't celebrate it in Mexico, only in the US. But, you know, just that pride in who you are, and I think we shouldn't lose that pride, because it doesn't make us less Americans to be proud of being Mexicans, or Cubans, or Salvadorans, or Chileans, or Argentines, or whatever. You know, there's hyphenated Americans here I mean, there's always going to be hyphenated Americans, you know, whether it's African Americans, or Jewish Americans, Latino Americans. You know, we should be proud of our cultural heritage no matter what it is. In our case, it's Latino, it's Hispanic, Mexican, or whatever you want to call it. In fact, some people have asked me, so what do you prefer, to be called Hispanic or Latino? I said, I don't care if I'm called Hispanic, Latino, Mexican American, Chicana, as long as it has to do with my cultural heritage. So, you know, the label doesn't really bother me. It's whatever you want to call me, as long as it identifies me in my cultural heritage as a proud daughter of Mexican Americans. And I think that if we lose that pride, that's when we start to, you know, to open ourselves up to that bad influence or to that criticism, and then it turns into self-criticism.
Agreed.
So I think maintaining that pride and wearing it on our sleeve, and, you know, and in our heart.
And on our bodies.
Yeah, I think, you know, we need to shout it out, and we need to teach it to other people, you know, because it's something, it's very important. It really is. You know, I've been going to Mexico City quite a bit lately, and I realized that I wish more people in the U.S. would go to Mexico City, because there's such a pride. When you go there, you say, oh my God, this is like my ancestors are from here. And it is such an amazing city with, you know, with the gastronomy and the culture and the museums and the art, that you see how rich our culture is.
There's a direct flight from San Antonio to Mexico City, everybody.
But what I wish is that more mainstream Americans would go and see that we are not what they think we are, that our culture is so much older and deeper and stronger than whatever culture is in the U.S. Sometimes they say, what is the U.S. culture? I don't know. What is the U.S. culture? What is the U.S. culture? I don't know, to be honest with you, because we are such a melting pot of so many different cultures that we all have to be proud of our heritage and our country, the country that we were born in, the country that we live in. So this doesn't mean me being anti-American. Yeah. I think, you know, embracing that duality and constantly sharing that duality with everyone else.
I think one of the Beckys called it a 200%er.
Oh, that's a good one.
You know, because she's 100% one and 100%, as opposed to feeling like she's only 50-50.
Yeah.
And I love that, you know, the idea. And someone's going to have to stand in front of me and tell me time, because I'm having too much fun, y'all. You know, you said about that's what you double down on. That's what you always go back to. So in times of crisis, even within yourself, you always go back to, who am I? Where do I come from? And you mentioned something I think important, which is, I think America in general, those that don't have an anchor to go back to, they are more likely to find an anchor. And so I think I was talking to my son about how sometimes I feel like a lot of people that have taken on a very extreme view that's anti-immigration, anti-Latino, diversity in general, they were trying to find their anchor, and they unfortunately stumbled upon an anchor that has them hate others to make themselves feel better. as you reflect back on the many stories that you covered, was there ever a story where you can say, I saw a change? I saw the coverage of this really make an impact towards the way other people felt or saw or changed their mind?
That's hard to say. I mean, right off the top of my head, I can't think of any, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. Because I think everyone needs to feel a sense of community, right? You want to feel like you belong to something. I've been here, you know, I listen to podcasts all the time, and I've been hearing a lot of podcasts lately on how people get into that rabbit hole of fake news and conspiracy theories. And most of the people that fall for those conspiracy theories is because they want that anchor, like you say. They want to feel like they belong to something, and that maybe slightly aligns with their way of thinking or their ideal of what they want the world to be. So, I mean, I can't think of one specific event, and I'm sure that when I leave here, I'm going to say, oh, yeah, that one. I should have remembered that particular one. But, you know, I think it's important to tell people stories. I think one thing that changes people's hearts and minds is listening to personal stories, because they can relate to. And it's not just abstract. When they talk about the Latino community and when they talk about immigrants, they just see immigrants as a whole. This reminds me of this. It's a very bad analogy. I went on a safari, and when you're in a safari, you're in the little Jeep with a bunch of people, and they tell you, don't stand up, because the animals, when they see you, they see they see one entity. And if you stand up, and then they see you out, and they think that, they attack you because
separated from the herd.
You're separated from the herd, and maybe you're threatening them, right? So, yeah, it's super, super interesting. But when you hear personal stories and you don't see everything just as one, then you begin to see them differently. And we say that all the time. Well, I didn't know that. Well, I had not heard that particular story, because, as you know, a lot of people say, yeah, get rid of all those undocumented immigrants. And I don't even want to say the other I word, because I think it's horrible, because no human being is illegal. But when they say, oh, yeah, send them all back. But wait, not my gardener. No, he's the good guy. You send the rest back. Oh, but wait a minute. The guy that has that taco stand, not him, just the other people. Just the bad guys. And not my babysitter, just the other people, right? But when you hear their stories, and and we've seen it over and over and over again, when you hear a personal story or you know someone, then you have a different view. I remember one of the very last specials that I did at Univision. That one was called Latinación. Latin Nation was a 2-hour special. That was the only time I did a 2-hour special. And I interviewed, please remind me of his name, Hugo from, no, what time is that? I know, Nilo. No. Oh, I'm gonna forget. I wish I could remember. Anyway, I'll remember the name later. Anyway, one of the things that I asked them is the ones that do the data, Pew Research Center.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
We know who the Pew Research Center is.
Okay, the Pew Research Center.
Hugo from the Pew Research Center.
Yeah, he's the director. It's like, I'm going to kill myself for not remembering his last name. Hugo Lopez, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I asked him, how are Latinos viewed in mainstream America? And he said, he said a couple of things. He said, when it comes to music and food, it's positive. When it comes to jobs and economy, it's negative. Those who live among immigrants have a more positive view than the ones that don't, because the ones that don't, they get their views from the rhetoric that they hear from the media and from politicians. So their views of Latinos and immigrants comes from what they hear in the media and what they hear from politicians. But those that live among them have a positive view because they know them. So I guess, it's so basic. It's just like, get to know your neighbor, get to know their story. One thing that I've always thought is, when we meet someone, we usually ask them, so what do you do, right? That's probably one of the first things that we ask them. And people are not what they do. How often do we ask people, who are you? Tell me your story. What's your story?
Very few times.
So I think it's important for us to get to know people as people, and not just with the labels that are given to them because of what they do, but who are they as people? And I think that helps.
That's a great tip. You hear everybody, next time you're at a dinner party, you're trying to make small talk, don't ask what high school they went to, San Antonio. Ask them, who are you? What's your story? That's a really great point of view. So obviously there's a lot of aspiring journalists that are going to watch this, a lot of young Latinas who want to be storytellers, whether it's through journalism or through filmmaking or others. What advice do you want to give them as they start to frame out the stories that they're wanting to tell about our culture, or in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important. Like I've said, I've always believed that Latinos, we have a responsibility. At least I always thought that I had a responsibility. Things have changed a lot, and some people don't necessarily align with, even Latinos don't necessarily align with Latino stories, but I do think that it's our responsibility to represent. Representation is important, and it makes a difference. It's very tough right now for young journalists because the media landscape has changed so much. There's local newspapers and radio stations and TV stations that have been closing or have been merging into regional groups. And, with a war against DEI, that has also affected not just the representation, but the types of stories that are covered. But if you have a passion for storytelling, don't allow any of it. It's just noise, and it's just temporary. Don't make a permanent decision based on temporary situations. And this is a temporary situation because it's not going to stay like this. It's eventually going to change, and I think young journalists are the ones that are going to change it. Sometimes I think that, what advice can I give to young journalists? And then I say, well, what advice can they give to me? Because it's young journalists who are reinventing the way that we tell stories. And we see that through social media and so many of them becoming the, entrepreneurs and opening up their own YouTube channel or just doing their own thing. And we can learn a lot from them. But I think it's important to not veer away from the importance of being who you are, and at least using it partially to be able to tell the stories of your community. I think that's how we keep it going. And just, they have to be proud of who they are and who their parents are and who their grandparents are and the cultural nuances that they bring to this society, because we have very deep roots in this country. Our roots are deeper than any other community. And I say that including Native Americans because we're also Native Americans. At least that's what my DNA says on my ancestry thing. And I'm also Native American from Sinaloa. My mother was from Sinaloa, so I'm also Native American. We spoke Spanish in this country before we spoke English. We have such deep roots here, and yet we're still treated as if we were foreigners in our own country. And then we begin to act as if we were foreigners in our own country, and we cannot allow that to happen.
Oh my goodness. I have to tell you, I grew up, like I said, I grew up watching you. My abuela always had the TV on, you were always on. And you have more than lived up to the image I had in my head of this amazing woman. It's been so fun talking to you. I want to give the opportunity, though, to our audience to ask you questions, because I think, to your point, what can we learn from their questions? What can we learn? So please come up to the mic, make a line, if you want, and ask Ms. Salinas a question as we start to wrap up.
Hello again. I am, I'm not that young, but I am a person who took it upon myself to tell stories on digital media. And so I liked what you just said, and I would like to probe just a little bit more, because I do see people doing exactly that, going on YouTube, starting their own platforms. And I think one of the most important stories that we should talk about or tell are what's happening today. But when I listen to you talk about your work and think about the people who do it today on our own, we don't have the same training maybe as before, but the stories are just important. So what concerns me is the person telling the story. How do they take care of themselves? For example, just watching the news this week, I tried to post to bring awareness as to what was happening with the immigrants being detained outside the courthouse. And I couldn't even come up with the words. I want to cry right now
saying it to you. And so how do we take care of ourselves while still getting out these very important stories? Or how did you take care of yourself? How did you not let yourself become the emotions that are connected to it?
I understand. You have a heart, you have a big heart, and I think that, you know, you're showing it, and it is very hard. What's going on right now, it's very painful. It's very painful. I've never seen anything like this. I think it's the worst that I've ever seen, the way people are being treated. But when it comes to emotions, I'm really weird that way, because to me, it was always very important not to show emotions in my work. And let me tell you why. I learned very early on that you're not the story. The story is the person that you're interviewing, or the story that you're telling, and you don't want to do anything to draw away from that. So I never allowed myself to cry on air. I think the first time I cried on air was right after 9/11. And that was Don Francisco's fault. But anyway, and I was like so embarrassed. Oh my God, I cried on the air. But that doesn't mean that I didn't cry with stories. I did many times. And we were taping them, fortunately not live stories. And, you know, we would make sure that I told the editor, do not put a shot of me crying. Like, put a fake shot of me before I was crying, but never put a shot of me crying. So I never wanted to show that emotion. But it wasn't just not wanting to show that emotion, but I covered many very, sad stories. I covered a lot of natural disasters. You know, I covered Uvalde. I covered a lot of human suffering. And the way that I dealt with it is, it's not me, it's them that are suffering. What right do I have to cry when that person lost their loved one, their son, their mother? They lost all their belongings, you know, their family's dead, and I can't. So that's the way that I did. I don't know that that's going to work for anyone else, but that's the way that I dealt with it. I just thought I just don't have the right to. That doesn't mean you don't feel it. You feel it, but take it as empathy. Like, be proud of the fact that you can have that empathy. But at the same time, remember that they're suffering more than you. So yes, we do have to take care of ourselves, and we do have to take care of ourselves emotionally as journalists. But just put it into perspective that no matter how sad you feel, that person is sadder.
Thank you.
So telling their story, you're doing something for them, and that's a sense of pride. You're telling their story, so you're doing something for them. And that should make you feel good in the middle of your sadness.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have time for more questions? Hi, my name is May. Speaking of next generation of storytellers and all of us who are interested in the stories of Latinos in San Antonio, I didn't learn about MACRI until I was part of the H.E. Butt Foundation's Know Your Neighbor program. And I am a No Sabo kid. I don't know much about my history. Grew up in South Texas, but did not get much of Chicano empowerment or the Chicano movement. I wasn't even aware that it started in Texas. I thought it started in California. So I was wondering if you could speak to the importance of organizations like MACRI that can preserve our history while paving a way forward for all of us who may be unaware of what came before us.
Thank you for that question. Yeah, I do think it's important for us to learn our history. And I know that there's a museum in the works here, and I hope that it does get fully funded, because we deserve, everyone deserves to know what our history is. You know, some of us know our history only because of age, like me, and because I lived it, you know? I lived part of that history. Actually, it's interesting that you say that the Latino movements, civil rights movement started in Texas and not in California, because I'm from California, and I didn't know that either. So when I came to Texas, yeah, I thought everything was from California. And when I came to Texas, and I was covering the Uvalde, and I realized that that they had a walkout in 1970 in Uvalde, protesting, just like they did in California. I said, oh my God, just like they did in California. I didn't know which one came first, San Antonio and California. But that just goes to show you that we have a shared history as Mexican Americans. And it's important for all of us to share that history with the younger generations. And I think, you know, what can we do to get younger generations interested in learning that history? So it's not only the older generation that needs to tell those stories to the younger generation, but how do you get them interested in that? And I think that's why I've always said, no matter what you do, be proud of your cultural heritage. Because when you have that pride in your cultural heritage, then you open yourself up a little bit more to trying to find out more about your past. So that's what I would say to young people. Be proud of who you are, but then find out how you got here and who came before you and the struggles that they did. I think because of the struggles of our mothers and our grandmothers is why we have the superpower that we have.
That's beautifully said, and I think it aligns very well. Yes, please. It aligns really well with what you said. If you're interested in who the person is and what's the story, it's going to naturally have them want to know more about their own story later and everything. So I want to thank you for sharing. I know it was very brief. I'm sure everybody in this audience would have wanted to hear even more and more and more from you. You're not only this amazing powerhouse of a woman, you know, who risked a lot to be a journalist during a time when Latinas were not exactly welcomed. But more than that, I think I personally walk away from this. I think we walk away from this with an added layer of respect for you, not just as a journalist, but as someone who has really taken it upon herself to be honest about our stories and to challenge those who don't want to be honest about our stories.
No, thank you for saying that. And I just want to say before we leave that there are so many people that for so many years have worked so hard to uplift the Latino community. And we should honor all of those people. Vilma is one of them. And as you know, this struggle has been going on for a long time. And we wouldn't be where we are right now if it wasn't because of all these people that have worked. So let's make sure that their work doesn't go in vain.
Well,
let's make sure that we maintain that and we lift it up even more and make sure that it grows even more.
I would say the same about you. I would say that we go out and we basically watch some of those amazing specials that you made on Uvalde, on immigrant children. I say we get those views up too, because that's a way of also ensuring that we also keep the stories that you brought to the forefront the same way. I want to thank you on behalf of not just MACRI, but the city of San Antonio. I have that right for at least 2 more weeks. And I want to also thank you for not just the work you did in the past, but the work that you continue to do. Because if you're in a podcast, I'm going to go and subscribe right now to that podcast as well. Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us as well today.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
What a wonderful panel. I can't believe it. We are at the last conversation of the 2025 MACRI Symposium. The day has flown by. The last conversation is focused on health. It has been said that if you have your health, you have everything. But when you don't have your health, nothing else matters. And even if that's a little bit of an exaggeration, health is certainly a significant civil rights issue. And it's a civil rights issue that is particularly in the news quite a bit this past week. So I'm excited we are going to conclude today with a conversation about health, about healthcare access, and about health equity. Our guest speaker, Dr. Elena Rios, will be introduced shortly. So let me tell you a little bit about our fireside chat moderator, Dr. Lisa Ochoa. Dr. Ochoa is a board-certified vascular surgeon and founder of the San Antonio Vascular and Endovascular Clinic, also known as the SAVE Clinic, in South San Antonio. She was born and raised along the Texas-Mexico border and attended medical school, general surgery residency, and vascular surgery residency at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. She has been a practicing vascular surgeon in San Antonio since 2011, when she quickly recognized that the number of diabetes-related amputations in San Antonio occur in rates up to 3 times the statewide rate in some of the city's most underserved and socioeconomically challenged zip codes. Understanding that collaboration is key to changing health outcomes, she has partnered with hospitals, managed care organizations, universities, nonprofit organizations, local school districts, city council districts, and clinicians of all kinds to develop amputation prevention programs, awareness platforms, and additional resources. Dr. Ochoa regularly speaks at community engagement seminars, lectures to medical residents at the University of Incarnate Word School of Medicine, and raises awareness in media, such as in places like here at Texas Public Radio, various news outlets, and newspapers, as well as champions for equitable access to healthcare through engagement with city and state elected officials. So if I could ask Dr. Ochoa and Dr. Rios to come up here, we will begin our final conversation.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and it's quite a privilege to be able to have this conversation with Dr. Elena Rios. I want to introduce you to her. She's a leader whose work has reshaped how we address health disparities in the Hispanic communities. Dr. Elena Rios is founder and president of the National Hispanic Health Foundation, and it's dedicated to transforming our healthcare system through research, education, and leadership. Over 3 decades, she's bridged clinical practice, policy, and community engagements to ensure Hispanic patients are heard and served. Dr. Rios earned a BA in Human Biology and Public Administration at Stanford, then an MSPH and MD from UCLA, and after completing her internal medicine residency and a primary care research fellowship, she saw that overcoming barriers, language, culture, access, was as vital as treating individual patients. In 1993, she joined the White House's National Healthcare Reform Task Force to illuminate how policy decisions affect families long before they enter a hospital. In 1994, Dr. Rios founded the National Hispanic Medical Association and led it for 30 years, growing its influence for Hispanic physicians and patients. Earlier this year, she launched the National Hispanic Health Foundation to fund research, train future leaders, and collaborate with groups like the Health Equity Coalition for Chronic Diseases, Better Medicare Alliance, and Natural Resources Defense Council. Her service extends to the National Hispanic Leadership Agenda, advisory roles at HHS Office on Women's Health, California Health Initiatives, and numerous boards and committees at the state and federal levels. To describe all of her distinguished lectures, publications, memberships, and leadership positions would consume more than our allotted time here. But you should know that Dr. Rios earned a seat at all of the most important tables that ensure health equity stays on the agenda of decision makers in all corners of the country. As a vascular surgeon working in South Texas, I've witnessed firsthand the 20-year life expectancy gap between neighborhoods just miles apart. Gaps often determined by zip code more than any other factor. Dr. Rios has spent her career dismantling those zip code barriers at a national level, ensuring that communities like mine have a seat at the table. It's an honor to join this conversation with Dr. Elena Rios. All right. Can you hear? There we go. So I wanted to introduce Dr. Rios very, very quickly because I wanted to get to the conversation. But as you can see what an esteemed person I'm about to talk to, I realized I needed to give you some background. And so I wanted Dr. Rios to share her story and kind of some of her background with us. I got to know her on a phone call yesterday. I got to learn about her parents and how at some point, you need to tell this story, her mom and she graduated in the same year, and I'll tell you more about that story. But I wanted to hear from you is how did your background and your upbringing get you to not only medicine and public health, but how did it get you to view the health disparities in the Hispanic community and empower you to choose the path that you did? I chose clinical care, you chose something else. Tell us about that.
Well, I grew up in Pico Rivera, California. It's in the 1950s. It was all white. Few Mexican-American families that had fathers that went to work. My dad was a machinist in a factory in the City of Commerce, and the mothers stayed home and took care of the kids. But my mother probably gave up a college education. She was a musician, pianist, and became the executive secretary for the chief of police in Los Angeles. She also instilled in us the importance of civic engagement. In the 1950s and 60s, actually all the way to the 70s, we had voting at our house. And in a neighborhood with all white people, and and then when we moved to Whittier, after my mother had 5 kids. The youngest is, I'm the oldest, the youngest is a boy. And they wanted to get him out of what became a gang area where we were living in Pico. We still had voting at our house, and we were the only Democrats and the only Mexicans on the block in the East Whittier in 1978. So I think growing up with that civic mindedness, and then she became very involved with the Democratic Party in Los Angeles. When I got to Washington, everybody asked me, "How's your mom?" It's like, wait a minute. But anyway, I just say that I grew up understanding that we weren't poor, but we barely made, check to check. And the Asians that had the little stores in the corners would all give all the Mexicans credit for buying food, and to make things last. And I think I told you this. In high school, my mom became a nursing secretary. She had been a secretary, and for a small community hospital, and got me a job as a messenger on Friday nights my senior year in high school. And I guess the other thing that happened with me is that I became, all through the years that I went to school, I was always at the top of the class. And my mother had taught us piano, she had taught us how to read. I was the oldest, and I guess I had more attention from my mom. My dad, of course, didn't think we needed to go to Catholic school, but three of us, three of the oldest daughters got into a Catholic school with a $10 a month family plan. My dad said, "Oh, okay," and we don't have to buy them all these clothes because they can wear a uniform. So those kinds of issues, and it just made you realize the differences in people, and I guess I also knew that I was very good in math and science, and I actually won a math contest. I won the contest for all of the dioceses in Los Angeles to go to Catholic school for free. So I went to Sacred Heart of Mary and excelled in math and science and all of that. And I knew I was going to go to college. I don't know how. I remember my dad telling me, "You get what you pay for." And I went to the local Pico Rivera library. I would walk to the library to read, and I remember looking at the colleges in California, and Stanford had the highest tuition. Okay, I'm going to go there. And, I applied to UCLA and USC, the Los Angeles colleges. But I thought, gee, if I can get into Stanford, I'm going to get what I pay for. I don't know what that is, but anyway, and the other thing, I grew up with lots of parties. My mom would have the hospital staff come to our house for parties, and just big back room in the small house, but they made the garage into a bedroom, so we had 3 bedrooms, and I think just learning that you could deal with talking to people that were in healthcare, and hearing, like Maria Elena was talking about, hearing the stories about healthcare, and seeing people that were sick as a high school student, understanding that they could get better with people that took care of them, and wanted to and show empathy and all of that. So I guess that was how I grew up. I grew up with lots of cousins, uncles, aunts, everybody getting together all the time, and always wanting to be able to feel good and feel positive, knowing that there was things happening in the family. One of my uncles had polio. It was a polio victim, and my father told me that story about being in an iron lung when he was a teenager, and how the whole family would go visit him at the General Hospital, LA County Hospital. And others, had depression or just mental health issues that people didn't talk about, And so I learned about healthcare just from the family and from being around the hospital. So I don't know if that's enough for growing up.
Well, and so you went to a school of public health. You got to do public health degree first, and then you went to medical school.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I know that when you were a first-year medical student, you started a statewide Latino medical student organization, state-funded mentorship program. So early on, you were already thinking bigger than what most, I'll be honest, most medical students, all we think about is we got to pass our, our organic chemistry and our cell biology, histology, and do all that. But you're somewhere else. And so tell me about that first year of medical school and what was in your mind about what you wanted to do with your public health and your MD.
Well, it all started at Stanford. So I went to Stanford as an 18-year-old and lived at Casa Zapata and met other Latinos and Chicanos. Mecha, as I had mentioned, was all men. And it was the Chicana Colectiva that was started, that was created so that we could bring feminists to Stanford and learn about our cultural history from the people who were living it. One of the things I think that was important is that I ended up moving to a place where I had 3 roommates. There were 2 different bedrooms with a little suite. One roommate was part of the farm worker movement, and her father was sent to Texas to start the farm workers here. Tony Orendine, in the Valley of Texas. Melanie's a lawyer with Aiken Gump in Dallas. The other roommate, her mother was the vice president of LULAC, and there was a women's group being started with LULAC to have a women's conference. And her name was Sally Martinez. She's still alive. Was Sally Martinez? Yeah. Lorene was my roommate. I'm still very close with her. Her husband, Beto, and I, we're all classmates. Beto became a deans of law schools in Denver, and they're from here. They're from San Antonio. They're coming back. Yes, I know. Other friends of mine were, Javier Becerra went to college with me, a couple of years younger than me, and Maria Chivester was a year ahead of me. Kathy Flores, who was the last National Chicano Health Organization representative at Stanford, she was a year ahead of me, and she's in Fresno. And so we grew up at Stanford understanding that we had a responsibility to help our communities. And it was a very different era. We met the seniors who were like the first generation of Chicanos to get into Stanford. And I started in 1973, so they were seniors already. And in 73, we were past the Vietnam War protests, and we had affirmative action, but there were still protests about financial aid. And I mean, that's never going to go away. Or, why the rich people in the it's like a little microcosm of the country to learn how to deal with rich people. Or let's say ignore them and hang out with your own friends and become a very tight community of brothers and sisters. And I guess the biggest thing that happened for me at Stanford was that I was pre-med from the beginning. And I even took my MCAT my junior year. I remember turning 21. But the person who had a really remarkable, and she was a very strong mentor, was Cecilia Burciaga. And Cecilia Burciaga came from Washington, D.C. She became the vice president for Chicano Affairs and my sophomore year. And her husband came from the CIA, Tony Burciaga. He painted all the murals at Casa Zapata where I was living. He was a cartoonist for the CIA. So she asked if I could help with her executive committee. It was a student-run committee for the university for Chicano Affairs. And one of the things that happened was that I was just so interested in organizational development and how you get to the top to be able to control things so that you can change things. That you don't change them from the outside throwing rocks. I mean, I guess you could. There were lots of protests that happened. But I think that that's what changed my whole vision of how healthcare could be changed if you could get to the top somehow. I figured it would take 20 years to be some kind of specialist in academics that would, start writing publications and journals and learn how to document what should be changed based on data and research, right? That's what I thought. But I learned by reading and taking some political science classes. I was a human biology major, but my minor was public administration. And I figured out that that's what I really wanted to do. At Stanford, my work-study course, and of course they all thought I was crazy, was to develop a tour of the campus of Blacks and Latino kids from East San Jose. And I had volunteer students who talked to them about coming to college. And we also talked about our, being a pre-med or pre-law or whatever. So that was Stanford. And Cecilia was the one that told me, you really should go to Washington, D.C. So I went as an intern, and there was about a dozen of us that all came to Washington the same year, and just loved the whole idea that you could meet people and learn from each other on how to make changes, policy-wise. And I was working in a little lobbyist office from Kansas City who had letters and letters and letters from doctors who wrote about trying to save the programs to help Latinos get into medical school, called the Health Careers Opportunity Program. Dr. Robert Montoya, Dr. David Hayes Bautista, other people, and they were from California. So I thought, gee, I wish I could meet these people. I ended up meeting them through public health. And through working after Stanford, I went to Sacramento to be another intern, but it was in understanding the healthcare department at a state level. So I think that's what really made me think that I wanted to learn about a healthcare system to be able to see how it worked, to understand how you could improve it for our community so that more people could have better healthcare. Didn't understand what that meant. Now I know it's, quality care and value-based care and all the lingo that goes along with that. But the insurance companies, the pharmaceutical companies, they're all the same. They're all in the same boat. There's no Latino leadership. There's no Latino representation. And the only way you're going to make changes for our communities is by getting inside. And so that was my whole goal.
So you realize that to really have impact and influence in healthcare, what I do deliver care, is you needed to start at the high policy level. So you were DC before, then you went your residency, but how did you get back to DC? And can you tell me about the founding of the National Hispanic Medical Association, why it was needed, and what did it do? I reflect on my experience on how I got to medical school and the opportunities laid before me. And one thing that I've learned is that I called it luck, but it was opportunities that were created that put me on a path. And we have communities of many Hispanics and Mexican Americans that have the potential, that have the opportunity. They're talented, but I imagine those pathways that we need to create is what you're going to tell us about.
Well, I think for me, I went to public health school because I wanted to get into health policy. And President Nixon started this law. Half of it was for the private sector to have HMOs. The other half was for the government to be able to share resources in communities. And that was called small area health planning. Planning agencies in the country were all at the county level and the state level. So when I went into public health school, that was my major, health planning and policy analysis. And I did health planning agency, summer internship and field work, wrote a thesis on mental health in East LA and met all the boards of directors. And my first day as a public health student in a mental health clinic, they had a strike and I had to drive across the picket line because I was supposedly on the administration side. And the people that I met in that job, and that was just a semester. Richard Veloz, who, his father was a photographer in East LA, and he became Congressman Ed Royball's chief for the Aging Committee in Washington, D.C. The other one's Marie Torres, who became the government affairs for Altamed and Castelo de la Rocha. And so, you meet people and you see what they can do, and then they invite you to help help them, become a spokesperson for healthcare, because I had been developing my career and understanding more about health and how to change it. I think in public health school, I ended up graduating in 1980, the year that Governor Reagan became president and abolished all the health planning agencies. So I thought, what the hell? What am I going to do now? So right around the corner, the Chicanos that were in the admissions office for the medical school, or for the recruitment office, said, why don't you just finish your pre-med? Because I hadn't finished my pre-med. I got the diploma from Stanford, but because I had gone to Washington, I decided not to go to medical school. But I had to finish the pre-med to go to medical school. So I did some night classes, and I actually got a job with the East LA Health Task Force to help students get into medical school. And then they told me, said, you got to apply to medical school so you don't get in, so that you can go to this special post-bac program in the middle of nowhere, Omaha, Nebraska. And 20 minorities every year would get into this program. And they're still around. There are different post-bac programs. Some students who go to college now, and don't know they have to take a year of biology, a year of physics, a year of inorganic chemistry, a year of organic chemistry, a year of math and English and writing. I went to Creighton, and we took all those classes all over again in 7 months without labs, which is horrible, a lot of work. No labs, just the knowledge and the test taking every other day. And I finished and got into all the medical schools that I applied to. But I got into UCLA and UCLA Medical School. So I was 5 years ahead of everybody else in my class. But there were 21 Chicanos and Chicanas that got into UCLA that year. This was 1982. So I went to Stanford in the 70s, public health school, medical school. And I had already heard from one of the people that I met in Omaha that there was a Latino medical student organization in California that had been started in 1977, a Stanford medical student. And he's a doctor now in Northern California, Sutter Healthcare, but Jose Arevalo. But what happened was that they became residents, and they started ignoring medical students. So friends of mine there at UCLA said, well, I know somebody at UC Irvine, we know somebody at USC, we know somebody at Stanford, UC Davis, UC San Francisco. Let's get all the medical students together in California. Let's go up to La Rama's retreat. They have a retreat at the beginning of the school year to discuss what they're going to do the rest of the year. And basically, it's a once-a-year graduation dinner conference in the spring, and a board of directors of representatives from each of the medical schools in California would meet another couple times a year. So we went to their meeting and found out that the guy was right that told me they were all thinking about publishing and getting funding for being a resident and trying to figure out where they're going to go for their careers. And here we were, just first-year medical students. So anyway, long story short, we got medical students together. We started talking and meeting, and especially in Southern California. And we went to their last La Rama conference that was in the spring of my first year of medical school in '83, and all walked out and said, we're gonna do our own thing. So we called it our Chicano Latino Medical Student Association and organized the students in California. And I didn't do it by myself, and I was never the leader of the group. My goal was to try to understand how people make changes and how do you convince people to work together and in a coalition. I didn't know that at the time, but that's what I was doing. It was really organizing. I think during residency, I became a president of the medical organization that took the name of the medical students, and got involved with Washington because of the first Latina Surgeon General, Tony Novello. And so I got invited to come to her national conference, and people that were already in their careers, I was still in school, were part of her organizing effort to tell the stories of the Latino and healthcare in this country from the different regions. And then they all went to develop the Todos report, which was the first Latino national report on healthcare. That we needed prevention, we needed a workforce, we needed research, we needed more healthcare services in our communities. And nothing's changed. But that was the beginning of seeing that Latinos working together in healthcare from clinics and hospitals and doctors and nurses and dentists could make a difference. And I guess the other thing that I ended up doing and this was my residency or I don't even know what year it was, 87, I think. I was finishing medical school. I got asked by Carolina Reyes, Javier Becerra's wife. She also went to Stanford. She was at Harvard Medical School, called me up and said, hey, Elena, you know, all the medical students of the country get together every quarter, one with the AMA conference, one the American Academy of Family Practice, once with AMSA, the American Medical Student Association. And I got invited because she represented the Harvard Medical School as a double AMC representative. All these different organizations had medical students to help them understand how to get into organized medicine. She goes, there's no Latinos at this meeting. And I know you know people all over the country already, because by the time I was finishing medical school, I had already met people in different places. She goes, could you get the medical students in California to come to the meeting? I said, well, I'll do better than that. We had a state-funded proposal, because I had worked at the state, for a mentoring program with the pre-med clubs, and we gave it to San Antonio, to MAPA, the Mexican American Physicians Association, and to MOMS, the Texas Association of Medical Mexican American Medical Students. And so I got them, and my brother-in-law became a resident in surgery in Chicago, and they asked him for the bylaws of CMSA, and we gave it to them. So I said, well, I had 3 different regional leaders to go to a national meeting, and then they met the Puerto Ricans from New York, called the Boricua Latino Health, or Boricua Health Organization. And they were medical students in the Bronx and Einstein and Mount Sinai, other schools. So I think what happened was, I was in the background, but I was just pushing people to get connected and encouraging the minimal effort to be able to connect, but to continue something that was sustainable. And that's what we did. And so the reason I got to Washington was because I ended up doing my policy research. It was an NIH research. I was going to be that academic type person, but I decided I didn't want to stay in academia. I wanted to go into the government. So I moved to Sacramento to work at the Office of Statewide Health Planning, which is what I had originally wanted to do, to learn about planning and making changes. Ended up, I think I lived there a month, and I got a call from Little Rock, Arkansas. Maria Chaveste. I said, Maria, what are you doing? What's up? She goes, oh, I'm coming to Sacramento to have a Latina breakfast, and I want you to help us find Latinas and Latinos in healthcare. And I said, well, okay. She goes, well, I want you to do a fundraising campaign. I said, oh, how am I going to do that? So I bought a camera. A friend of mine was a lawyer, immigration lawyer, Rosemary Esparza. And we went to a park in, I think it was Baldwin Park. And we went to go find, it was a fundraiser for Bill Clinton. We went to find Hillary Clinton. So Rosemary said, oh, come on, we're just going to tell her Maria Chavesta sent us. Okay, fine. So we said, she goes, okay, you have to go around the Secret Service, but I'll take you to him. So and I had just bought that camera. We took a picture with him and made it into a fundraising campaign. And I had doctors, dentists, nurses, names, and somebody from the Democratic Party in East LA, said, well, I'll put my name on it and I'll get the money. I said, fine, whatever. I just wanted to show that we could help Maria in healthcare with the connections. So that's when she said, okay, now we want you to come to the White House. I said, well, what am I going to do there? And honestly, what happened when, and I saw Henry here today, Henry Cisneros called a meeting at the Dallas airport after Bill Clinton won as president, to be able to have the Latino leadership come together. And again, everybody, Hilda Solis, Gloria Molina, oh, Lucille Roy, but how's your mom? How's your mother? And so anyway, I was asked to help find Latino health professionals who could be the spokespersons for our community during the 45 meetings that Hillary Clinton was going to have for the Healthcare Reform Task Force. And also to find certain Latinos from certain cities to help them with their, pediatric issues or diabetes issues or what have you. And so I did. So I ended up staying in Washington for about 6 months. And then they couldn't find me a job because I was right out of school. So anyway, the rest is history.
Well, I want to switch a little bit because now we know your background, all your experience, and why you're here and why we're asking you questions as a health futurist, as we saw up there. And so what I experience as a practitioner and a vascular surgeon here in San Antonio is the policy of redlining and how it's affected our neighborhoods even here in San Antonio. One example, one statistic I use is the fact that lifespan varies 20 years north of San Antonio. And if you look at a map of redline San Antonio, those same zip codes that were redlined are the same zip codes today that have the highest diabetic amputation rates, which is a statistic that I follow, that have less sidewalks, food insecurity, all those what we call social determinants of health. And so, one, I want to ask what policies have been enacted at the federal level that helped influence that. And then I'm going to challenge you with a harder question because we are in a current, now with Trump in office, there's a big change happening. And so what has been done to set the infrastructure for addressing these inequities? And then in this first period of time, what has changed or what is changing?
So when I started working in the government, Secretary Shalala was asked to do a Hispanic agenda for action. And it was the Clinton administration that had the first census, 1990. In 1980, the census called us Spanish-speaking Americans. And not everybody speaks Spanish, especially like my family, where my parents went to school and were told not to speak Spanish in Los Angeles, right? In 1990, this country found out we were here to stay and we were growing and we weren't going to go away. And he was the first president who had his different agencies do something for Hispanics or for Latinos. I guess the big change was that there should be health in all policies. There should be money given to nonprofits. There should be money given for language services. There should be money given for figuring out how to build a workforce all about Hispanics. And I was part of the committee. I ended up, we didn't talk about NHMA yet, but I'll mention that. But I was part of the Office on Women's Health. And I was asked to help with developing, but to be part of this committee of Hispanic health policies. And I remember one of the first things that happened is that all of the agencies at HHS, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, wanted to know along the border, the U.S.-Mexico border and Texas being the biggest border, what clinics or what hospitals or what facilities got funded from HHS. So they had a big map and found out that all these different agencies were all giving money to the same clinics without even knowing. I mean, they didn't even talk to each other. Everybody's in silos. So I think that was just a really big lesson that you needed to streamline things and be more efficient with government funding. And in a way, that's what's happening now. It's another reorganization. Let's just reorganize. Let's decrease what they call fraud and abuse, and let's look at the ways that we can cut back on, let's say, giving money to people that aren't even alive and still get Medicaid or Medicare or what have you. But it's just a really dangerous time right now because of the the control issue, the power issue, what have you, of the people that are in power. And I don't know. I mean, I saw the rise of all of this, through the last 10 years, I guess. It's been longer than that. It's, the war on government. Democrats love government, Republicans hate government. Democrats want to help the poor, and the Republicans want to help business. That's just how it's been a cycle. But this time it's just very, very mean-spirited and hateful, and and it's all about wanting to, I guess it's that authoritarian type government, right, that everybody talks about, right? It's like what Hitler did in the 1930s. And what Maria Elena Salinas was just talking about is if you can cut out the filters like media, and if you can cut out the universities and not teach people anymore, and if you can cut out our major institutions, and oh, by the way, keep everybody afraid of government, so they won't apply to government programs anymore, then you can start changing things. And it's a reverse Robin Hood that's happening. Instead of, Robin Hood, steal from the rich and give to the poor. This is steal from the poor and give to the rich. And it's just a total upside down world. And it's awful. It's terrible. But I just can't believe that it's happening so fast. And the chaos that's happening in Washington, and it's not even Washington, we're working with pharmaceutical companies that tell me, well, we can't talk about diversity in clinical trials anymore, Dr. Rios, because we don't know if we can call ourselves diverse. We don't even know what to call ourselves. All the universities are, the minority affairs offices that are now called DEI offices, they've all decided to change their names to inclusiveness or inclusive excellence or,
Changing the name, yes. We heard,
Yeah.
and we heard earlier today about how we should maybe focus more on the equity part of everything. And, one thing that I've heard coming out is this new bill, and we're talking about major cuts to Medicaid and SNAP and even Medicare, cuts in federal funding for research. And so this is just happening now. Do you have any idea or thoughts about how that's going to impact not only lives today, but in the future?
This is a generational impact. This is going to be as bad as, I shouldn't say as bad as. When I went to college, the whole world had changed. Medicare and Medicaid were started in the 1960s. Affirmative action, financial aid was started in the 1960s. So the 70s, the 80s, we were able to have economic mobility in our communities and our families faster because we were able to get access to what the mainstream had, a little bit more support because we didn't come from money, but we had support. So what this is going to do is drop the health insurance from lots of people. Right now, Medicaid is the largest insurance program in the country. In California, 1 out of 3 people are on Medicaid. It's not just for poor people anymore. What Obamacare did in the Affordable Care Act was to raise the eligibility for more people to be able to have access to health insurance through this federal and state programs. And the states were allowed to do more innovative work with Medicaid, like to cover immigrants, to cover not just pregnant women and children, but to bring in men to be covered under Medicaid. Medicare has been able to cover medications, and now with Medicare Advantage, I know it's not the best system, but the whole idea of having a comprehensive where you can get dental insurance and vision insurance and have a better system, a more efficient system. The people that rely on government funding and SNAP is all the school meals. It used to be, it was just for poor people. No, now that's all year round, and families get food from the schools. I think that that's what's going to happen. And the House side in this bill that just passed, this big, beautiful bill, trying to give as much money to the rich as they can, is cutting out $800 billion of Medicaid and $500 billion from Medicare and $300 million from SNAP. I mean, you're going to see major numbers of people drop. And then the way they're going to do it, and this is just from the House side, the Senate hasn't even seen it yet, but the House side is saying, well, let's just, instead of letting people stay on Medicaid for a whole year, we're going to make them have to register every 6 months. We're going to have work requirements, and which is ridiculous because most people on Medicaid are working to be able to help their families. And if they're not working, it's because they're disabled or they're elderly, can't work, they're already retired. So it's just another paper bureaucratic red tape so that people don't get on Medicaid. And so there's going to be a lot more people, and then they're going to have special taxes, or there are taxes now on insurance companies to pay for Medicaid in the States. They're going to limit that. They're going to also not only limit undocumented, but lawfully, or what's the term? Lawfully permanent residents are not going to be able to get Medicaid either. So there's this whole very hateful motivations behind dropping these programs. And why? Because the biggest amount of the budgets are in healthcare. You can't outsource healthcare. And the healthcare expenses are really from the hospitals and the providers, I'll say the specialist care with all the procedures that cost a lot of money. And then the pharmaceutical companies, and I know they get a bad rep, but the pharmaceutical companies really don't spend that much money compared to the rest of the healthcare dollars. Their funding goes into innovation, and we're seeing higher cost drugs, but there's actually cure for certain diseases now with the innovation that's happening. And all of that's going to decrease because they're trying to have, medications be as cheap as the international medications. And I think anyway, I can talk about the future, but I just think right now that we're just going to see a lot of impact on our communities, especially the rural hospitals are going to close. Clinics aren't going to get their funding. The universities already aren't getting, they're being told to stop there's a whole list of words like diversity and equity,
Hispanic
DEI,
woman.
Hispanic women, yes, gender affirming care, abortion, Planned Parenthood is just being abolished. And so all the grants coming out of CDC and HRSA and SAMHSA, they're going one by one by one. We have one grant, and it's on workforce. After COVID, they decided we should start looking at the workforce and know that the public health departments, when I grew up, we had public health clinics. We didn't have community health centers. Now we have community health centers, but we don't have public health clinics. So CDC decided to give grants for developing the diversity of the public health workforce. We got a grant to find Latinos, Blacks, and Native Americans to be encouraged to go into public health agencies at the county level and the state level. And we haven't lost our grant, but I talked to Unidos US, LULAC, they're all losing their grants because they're on diabetes and chronic diseases, and it's just ridiculous what they're trying to do. And they're going one by one by one, and if any grant says they're taking care of women or minorities, they're losing their grants.
Well, so we have loss of funding. We know our communities are going to be hit the hardest. And so this is going to be a hard question. And I'm going to tell you one of the things that is happening in San Antonio, but I'm not sure if it's the right answer and if it's going to be the only answer. And so when we figure out how, right now we have federal policies and cuts that are affecting our own communities. And so in San Antonio, we just started the Center for Health Equity in South Texas. And it is a nonprofit that aligns all the sectors that pertain to health. Like you said, health is in everything. Everything from housing, transportation, food insecurity, air quality, to education and workforce development, public health and healthcare. And we're aligning our Southside leaders to say we need to work together to address the fact that lifespan varies 20 years north and south. And so part of that is aligning our resources, our funding. And so one thing that I've learned, there's a lot of organizations that do multiple things that you said, and sometimes they do on top of each other rather than with each other. And so what is your advice for our local communities to preserve the health care and the wellness of Latinos?
Well, I'm a strong believer in leadership, and I think that, and that's why we started the National Hispanic Medical Association, and that's why we started what we wanted to do with our coalition building. And in Washington and at the national level, there's different coalitions that all have healthcare providers or clinics and hospitals working together, because we're all trying to help our local communities. And I think there has to be a better connection between the local and the national and the regional. So we have, and it's the physicians, I think, and the nurses and the dentists, the pharmacists, they all see what they see, but they all are individuals. And if they don't work together, it's got to be more of a multidisciplinary team approach. And I think that's why we are doing what we're doing with the National Hispanic Health Foundation.
Can we share your slides?
Sure.
Yeah. Is this a good time? Do we have the... So I wanted to give Dr. Rios the opportunity to talk to us specifically about what she's doing, and she has some slides for us.
Okay, so 30 years ago, while I was at the White House, we decided to start the National Hispanic Medical Association and a foundation. The medical association would be the advocacy group, the 501c6. The foundation would be the 501c3 that would get the funding to help the medical association do the policy work in Washington. The nurses, the Hispanic nurses started in the 1970s. The dentists, the Hispanic dentists started in the 1980s. So in 1993, we started the National Hispanic Medical Association. And the way it started was because the AMA told the Clinton administration that healthcare reform was going to be socialism and socialist government. And so President Clinton, Hillary Clinton, and Secretary Shalala had 10 doctors representing 10 different medical associations that had more members than the AMA. And I was asked to represent Hispanic doctors. And every time I went back to Washington, this was at the end of 1993, after I had already left the White House, I would take the other doctors and we would meet there. And I remember the Democratic Party gave us a room and we had a little meeting on, well, what should we call ourselves? We're going to be on stage with President Clinton, and we didn't even have a name. So, well, there was the National Association of Hispanic Nurses and the Hispanic Dental Association. Well, I guess we have to call ourselves the National Hispanic Medical Association. We created the foundation, and I'll just go through this, and both of the groups, the only reason we were there, our why, was to improve the health of Latinos. But last year I left the NHMA, and it was a very hard decision, but the board of NHHF said, oh, come on, you gotta help the foundation. Everybody knows NHMA, the Medical Association. And 20 years ago, we actually did start a scholarship for Latino students. And what the difference between the foundation and NHMA is a membership group, doctors and medical students, residents, once a year conference, start having chapters, but you only talk to each other. We put the scholarship together with the Hispanic nurses, the dentists. We even started the National Hispanic Pharmacists Association in 2018. To have pharmacists, the Public Health Latino Caucus from the APHA, the American Public Health Association, the physician associates, there's dietitians, and there's other groups, social workers, but we got about 5-6 groups together and decided we would give scholarships to all of the groups. And what I said is, I'll give you the databases for your membership, you review the applications, and you find us the mentors so that those students that are medical students learn about leadership. And we also developed a leadership fellowship that actually created the NHMA. We got $1 million from HHS to start the organization in 1999. After doing 5 regional meetings and having a couple of national meetings, they gave us the money to actually sustain it for 3 years. So this is a very different than a membership. This is now to take the membership groups to transform the healthcare system with our leaders and our representation through leadership, research, and education. And this is how we change. You have to improve the health outcomes. Despite what's about to happen to our communities, if we could get more Latinos into the healthcare system inside, and we've done it with our leadership programs for the last 30 years and with our scholars for the last 20 years, there's a network of leaders that have never been outside of the healthcare system, and we just want them to be connected. Cultural competency is really what's important. It's having the concordance between your doctor and your patient, or your nurse and your patient, that help. And then the health systems addressing health disparities, which is what we're talking about. The whole idea of that we have to have data to change policy, and you have to do research, but if you're not the ones doing the research on your own communities, people don't like that, People don't like people just coming in and taking information. So the biggest thing we've did was, and this is how we started NHMA, was developing a leadership fellowship. It's a 1-year executive leadership program. Dr. Jo Ivy Buford was the assistant secretary at HHS, and she became the dean of the Wagner Graduate School of Public Service and said, I'll help you with developing this organization. But what is it that our faculty can do for you? And they train nonprofit leaders at NYU. So it was their faculty who helped us develop this. We have nominated people to national and state commissions. We've done lots of advocacy with letters and meetings, testimonies from people who are in the trenches, who know what they're talking about, and how to get people to apply for government programs or be better with their health care. Media Training and Speakers Bureau, we're working with the National Association of Hispanic Journalists because they know that the Hispanic journalists need resources when they talk about healthcare to call up, and you have to have people trained. So we're doing that. And then the recruitment for clinical trials. The clinical trials diversity didn't happen until that was the last bill that President Obama signed, the Future of the 21st Centuries Act, which was to have all the pharmaceutical clinical trials include diversity, Latinos, Blacks, Native Americans. And so we've been recruiting for those trials and then mentoring the next generation with our scholarships and with the Leadership Fellowship. And now what we're doing now is starting the Leadership Fellowship Alumni Network. There's 230 doctors that have been trained, from the Surgeon General of California to the leader of the New York City Health Commission, Commissioner of New York City, to doctors that are working inside the federal government and some state government. People just don't know them because they're not visible. And we've been just talking to each other all these years. And the dentists and the nurses, they all have, like I said, they all have their own membership. And we have to raise our voices up. And this is the groups that we work with now. And this is now called the Hispanic Health Professions Network. And I'm just going to tell you, I think this is our future for the Latino community, to be able to have people from our community build the next generation, but at the same time get the people to start making changes in our local communities like yourself and have the connections. And the Forum for Latino Health Executives, they've all developed their own projects. We've gotten them together for 20 years just with a scholarship program, but we decided to formalize it, and that's why I left NHMA to start the foundation, building the next generation of what'll be Latino healthcare leaders. And I think just by pure numbers, the hospitals, the nursing homes, the universities, there are very few Latinos, and if Latinos are working in our universities, they're the ones taking care of the Latino patients to get the money into to the medical schools. They're not the ones on the faculty committees making the curriculum. or they're not the deans yet. There's a few deans, associate deans, that are getting funded for the centers of excellence or the minority programs in our universities to recruit the students, but they're not making the big changes or doing the big research projects. You know, I went back to Stanford last year to talk to the internal medicine department and found out that there are 3 tiers of research, and only the top tier can apply for NIH grants. The second tier has to find their own funding.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that's a major research institution. So we're, you know, there's barriers all the way up. And then for patient care and for patients that are going to lose their Medicaid, it's just horrible what's about to happen. So we need to be in different places.
All right. I think, do we have some time for some questions from the audience? 5 minutes. If we have anyone who has any questions for Dr. Rios about healthcare now, healthcare in the future, I think we can get you a microphone. If we have no questions, I think that the last thing is, what advice do you have to individuals in contributing to reducing health disparities in their own communities? So you're doing things very high level, policy leaders, and so maybe we need to get more leaders into your leadership, your training there, here from Texas and in San Antonio. But what does the audience, what do they need to know? What do they need to learn about? What can they do? And how can they support?
Well, I think we need to document and what is the health impact in the communities when Medicaid stops. Where are the where are people going to fall through the cracks? And we need to document that because, you know, right now we're fighting for the programs, not only Medicaid, but I've been meeting with the appropriation staff, and that's what they're telling me. They said, we need to target, especially the Republican leaders who think it's just fraud and abuse. We're getting rid of, we're just streamlining our programs. We're getting rid of this extra money that we're spending without even caring who's going to be impacted. So having the face of who's impacted in the stories is what we really need. And at the same time, we need in our local communities and Latino communities the encouragement for young students to think about going into healthcare. Healthcare jobs there are all kinds of jobs in every kind of setting you can think of, whether it's private practice or in research or in public health government or in, you know, scientists who want to work in the pharma companies. And developing programs for the next generation to follow you. And I think that's, and the communities that need the help, like what you're doing here, we need the nonprofit education, and we need to work with the community-based organizations and to connect to clinics to help with the social determinants of health, the housing. You know, if the different types of institutions could work together that help the communities live better, you know, everything from environment to you know, and what's ironic, and I'll end this. This is the future. What's going to happen next is the Make America Healthy Again. MAHA. I don't know if you've seen the report. The report just came out. Secretary Kennedy. His report and the direction for the healthcare agency is to forget about people that have sickness, and they're closing off all the chronic diseases education and money to the states from CDC because they're going to focus on children. They're going to focus on the children that need to have a better life, and the food industry is the enemy. We need to have better food. Toxins and pesticides, toxins in our environment is the enemy. We need to have a better environment. Stress, because kids are all on video games and social media, but smartphones, right? So there's going to be a big focus on mental illness, on mental health of children, anxiety and all of that. But I think what's ironic, and here's the kicker, here's the positive story. Guess who's the children in this country? Latinos. the Latinos are 50% of the public school right now, and I think, and you know, this government's trying to encourage now families to have children.
Because we Latinos know how to do that.
But, yeah, but it's really ironic. So the future, even though despite the people that need the care, and we all get, you know, everybody has high blood pressure, everybody has high cholesterol, everybody's has diabetes, and what happens if you don't have care to control it and to decrease the complications that are inevitable? You're going to see more people sick, more people dying prematurely. It's going to be COVID all over again.
Well, that's what has happened. That's who sees me as a vascular surgeon, are those Latinos who suffer the end-stage complications of chronic conditions. But the positive message is investment in our children. Yeah. And I think my dream and our dream for the Hispanic community here in San Antonio is that we begin to educate and create the pathways from middle school to high school, community college to health careers. Yeah. And so what if we can create pathways for not only doctors and nurses and pharmacists, but medical assistants and scrub techs, or IT and health, law and health, maybe research, and we begin to create the health workforce that takes care of their own. And so that's my dream for our Hispanic community here in San Antonio. Clearly your dream for all of us. And I just want everyone to just give Dr. Rios an applause for being here with us today. Being a Latina physician and being able to meet someone of Dr. Rios' caliber and being able to speak with her today is quite an honor. And so thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate you.
Oh, thank you for inviting.
What a powerful conversation to close things out. We're so grateful that you spent time with us for the 2025 MACRI Symposium, presented in partnership with Texas Public Radio. I thank all of our guest speakers, our volunteers, our staff, our live stream crew, our caterers, security staff, all the folks at Texas Public Radio, and of course, all of you here in the audience, both here in the Alvarez Theater and those of you watching online. I hope that this symposium inspired you to ask, what can you do to support and further civil rights? And of course, if learning more about civil rights is a priority for you, we hope to see you at more future MACRI programs. You can always find out more information about MACRI programs on our website, somosmacri.org. And while you're there, you can become a charter member of MACRI or make a donation. And speaking of a donation, the silent auction is still open in the hallway, and we also have our merch table if you'd like to pick up a MACRI t-shirt or mug or something like that. And again, I just want to thank you so much for being with us. I hope that also you've learned some new people that you can follow online. We've had so many amazing speakers today. We wish you a wonderful evening, and we wish you health, and we wish you voting rights, and we wish you, yeah, and we wish you and all of your descendants a good education. Don't forget, if you're in San Antonio, there is a runoff election next Saturday. We'll see you soon. Thank you.